Live once again. For the first time in 2025, the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series returns for round 2 of Season 6, the Goodrich 3-hour race. What a great 2024 we had. A great opener to this championship with another 3-hour race that ended in drama. Just 1 second between the Apex Racing team and BS Competition towards the line in SB9. It was a fantastic way to start off a new season. Well, it's time for round number 2 with myself, Ian O'Leary, and Sumo Aurora alongside me this time around. Welcome, Sumo. It's good to have you alongside me. 3 hours of racing for round number 2, going off the back of a great opening round in which 2 of the classes were separated by only seconds after 3 hours.
And how cool is it to be at the Green Hill, the place I'd like to call melting pot of madness, because over a 3-hour race here, things can change just so dramatically. And ultimately, we saw that in categories like SP10 and SP9, there were drivers barely separated by a couple of seconds and sometimes even lesser, the end of a 3-hour race. This is how crazy Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series can be. And today is just another chapter in what promises to be an incredible season. First race of the year as well, so spirits will be high for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, they will have had an opening at January, I suspect. Most of these drivers will have taken part in the Daytona 24 Hours on iRacing, I would have thought. But most of the cars on show here this afternoon are not in that race, and so they might be a little bit fresh going into 2025 and a new season. Of course, they've still got the nearly the whole of the season ahead of them here. 3 rounds to go, 9 hours of the 12, if you like, if you want to put it that way, still remaining in the season as well. So everybody's still got a lot to play for here. If you've had a bad opening round, it was actually very easy to put it behind you because you've had a long time since now and then.
Exactly. Psychologically, it's an easier thing to do once you've had such a long break where you can just reconvene, put back all your thoughts in one place and just focus on the target ahead. But in a championship like this, where you've got such limited rounds and every single round matters so much, it's really so important for you to make sure that every single race is just the best version possible of what it can be, because one setback and in a short season like this, that could well be game over. And as we've often seen at the DNLS, you need to be in the top 3 or the top 4 to make sure that you have a proper championship fight. And something like this has to be made sure for all the teams. One bad round today or maybe some way later in the season too, and those championships hope could fade away, especially when the grid is just as good as we have here.
Absolutely. I'll just remind you, by the way, before we get into the qualifying for these lower 3 classes, and we'll get to the end of those sessions in a few moments' time, I'll just remind you of the results from the opening round of the season, where in SB9, that's the top class for those who've not followed this series, that's the GT3 class, the AMG Team Apex Racing took the victory, as I say, by about a second ahead of BS Competition. It was a great finish between Alejandro Sanchez and Felix Kruenbach in the end. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, that's the Porsche Cup cars, that was won by the Scherer Esport 116 team ahead of their teammates. So Scherer Esport getting off to a great start there with a 1-2 finish. In the GT4s, that's SP10 as we'll be calling it here, you can see in the pink on the left-hand side of the tower there. That was won by AMG Team Apex Racing as well, ahead of CMRC and Volkswagen Sim Racing team. They overtook those 2 teams, did Apex right at the very end of that race. Scherer Esport SB3, that's the Clio Cup class, they were able to take the victory in the slowest of the 4 categories, ahead of Similia Esports Entropy in 277. So that is the race results from the opening round of the season. Now we're into qualifying, the final moments of qualifying here in the lowest 3 classes. The SB9s get their own session in a few moments' time, but the difficulty with these classes is that they've got to do it all together. And have a look at this for Maximilian Gulden. He's got a Clio Cup car right ahead of him, just where he doesn't want one.
And this is something you'll have to get used to for the entirety of the season, not just in qualifying, but also in the races. It's endurance racing at the Nürburgring. Of course, there will be traffic. Of course, there will be drivers just being there sticky at those really tight and blind corners where you don't really want them to be. And this is the same case in qualifying. And I suppose it makes it even tougher, right? Because in qualifying, you're looking for that one big perfect lap. And I say big because it's the Nürburgring. It has to be a big lap around here, especially given the length. And if there's anyone interfering at any point of the circuit, in around a total of 25 kilometers we have here, it's going to ruin your entire lap. And they don't really have lots of time, do they? Only enough time for one, maximum 2 attempts. So here we are, kind of, right? For the drivers, it's now or never. And if there's someone like an SP3 car interfering, that could be a lap done.
As seen there, Sven Winter there in the Scherer Esports SP3 car, just in front of one of the Porsche Cup cars there. But these cars, don't forget, do get a little bit more time than the SP9s. They do get a little bit more opportunities because of that. The SP9s, effectively, with the amount of session they'll have to go, probably 2 laps, and one of those will be started by staying to the right on the Grand Prix circuit and sort of doing a short lap, if you like, and then starting your lap from there. But that doesn't give you a very good run onto the front straight ahead of your lap. So you've got to be wary of that and get your 2 laps together in short order. We'll get to that, though, and we'll see who takes pole in these classes. First of all, it's the Apex Racing team who are topping 2 of these classes. What a start to the 2025 season they're having. First at the moment in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Pro class, and first in SP10 as well. But look at the gap, 0.6 of a second in the Porsche Cup class, and only at 1/10 in SP10. What a race we're set to have in the GT4s.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The SP10s particularly are just so close. The last time we were going racing here at the Nürburgring for the DNLS first round of the season, the gap between the top 3 was, I think, within a couple of seconds by the very end. They were all just so tied together, and over the course of the entire race, yes, they had strategic variations, but they were always so close. The Apex AMG Racing, Apex Team Sim RC, and the Falcon Racing team as well. So here in qualifying, for AMG Team Apex Racing to have even the slightest of advantage of the Falcon Sim Racing team is crucial, because track position might not be everything over the course of the long race, but every advantage you get is one that you will take on. Right, so good to see them on provisional pole, but things can change here.
They certainly can, although there isn't much time for them to change anymore, to be fair. Over the line for Marcus Deck. That is the PB Performance by Grid and Go driver. He stays in 9th by the looks of that time there. He's partnered with Simona Maria Marcheno. At least he was in the first round of the season, by the way. The World Championship competing driver as early as this time last year. One of the Clios now makes its way up towards the line. This is 272. That is the Nürburgring car. Apologies if there's any Germans listening to me butcher that name. They're 7th at the moment in the Clio Cup class by about 7 seconds off of Sven Winter. It's a really noticeable gap, actually, at the front of the SP3 category now. 3.2 seconds. The 269 has just come over the line again there, and what an advantage they have. It's much different in the race, to be fair, because you've got the slipstream that helps keep the pack together. However, that's a real sign of things to come, that the Scherer Esports team have gotten so far ahead in that lap there.
Yeah, they really seem to have worked on their qualifying. The last time Scherer Esports and FK Motorsport, they were so well tied together for the entire, not FK, it was Spiller Esports and Entropy, who were with them in 2nd place. Both of them were just so closely tied together for the entirety of the race. I mean, you could barely break them up, and they were all 20, 25, 30 seconds faster rest of the pack at a given point in time. For Scherer to come out here today and have a 3.2 second advantage in this first part of qualifying is unbelievable. It's like they've taken such a giant leap from where they were the last time out. But I wouldn't count the others out, though. I suppose there is enough time for a few more laps to come on in, so perhaps don't consider this to be the very end.
No, there is still time yet. Just trying to research the last pole time in SB3. I think it was a 9:24, a mid-24 from Scherer on that occasion. They're in there again, so it's actually everybody else who seems to be a bit further away. These are your times. Scherer have gone a tenth quicker than they did last time to take the second pole of the season here in the DNLS, ahead of FK Motorsport, as you say, ahead this time of Similia Esports Entropy, who are a lot slower than they were at this time a month and a half ago. Adopt Don't Shop are in fourth place ahead of Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. Rings Visit Sim Racing are alongside them. That's row 3. And just notice how much closer it is in this midfield in terms of the individual gaps between the teams. Stubb Corkson team are in 7th ahead of Home of Sim Racing Esports in 8th. Then there's a few more SB3s. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who retired very early on from the opening round of the season. Eiffel Racing by GTU and Race Sim Zone rounding out the Renault Clio SP3 category. So that is your grid for them. As I say, Scherer Esport last time around did a 9:24.6 in qualifying through the opening round of the season. So it's actually everybody else who've fallen away. Although having said that, Similia Esports Entropy were 2.8 off that day. So they have gone backwards a little bit. But Scherer Esports are on pole position again here, looking to try and take the double once again, as they took the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring round in the round 1, and they're looking to do the same with SB3 here today as well. Here, Sumal, that's a very big gap, but I'll say the slipstream is going to make this race very, very different to the qualifying.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter how big the gap at the front really is in the grand scheme of things, ultimately, because in the SP3s, you're not really having complete control of your starts, are you? Because you're actually starting behind the SP10s. So the SP3 leader doesn't really have any control about when to go, which essentially means they're already caught in somewhat of a mid-pack, even though they are the leader. That means that there's no room to breathe. There's no real space for them to accelerate and create out a gap. And as you mentioned, with the slipstream also coming in, it makes it very, very hard for them to break away unless there is some sort of chaos with all the cars behind them. So even though there might be a big gap, I think it's nothing to worry about for the SP3 teams. But in SP10, AMG Team Apex Racing have taken pole position by the slightest of margins, only 1/10 between them and the number 183 BMW of the Falcon Sim Racing team. Sim RC are close behind in their Mercedes AMG GT4, with only 3/10 of a difference between them and AMG Team Apex. But behind them, that's where the gaps really start to open up even.
They certainly do, if I turn my mic on. That'd be good. Yes, the rest of them outside the top 3, a little bit further away. Grid and Go leading that charge with Coanda Esports rounding out the top 5. Quite rare to see them in the GT4, but I'm enjoying it. Matt Backham has qualified for them. Door Esports Academy alongside with BS Competition then, 7th place. Bit surprising to see them down there in row 4. X-Racer alongside them. That's a good qualifying for them. Kari Kuttalainen has qualified that car. TBSR Esports Bookkicker are just below the bottom of your screen. We'll scroll down in a second with Konstantin Stolzenberg, who qualified that one. Sasha Engelhardt qualified for Nürburgring Esports. That rounds out the top 10. The other Nürburgring Esports car is 11th, head of Team Heusingveld in the 12th position. One team I didn't mention, by the way, when we were going through SP3 was the 7 Racing. That's number 273 in SP3. They didn't qualify for whatever reason. Hopefully they do get onto the start. Because then we will have 60 to begin this race, and that will be fantastic to have if indeed we're afforded that luxury. In a moment, we'll have a look at the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring qualifying results, and that will show that the Apex Racing team have taken a pole position here. What's the gap? 7/10, I should say, of a second. Scherer Esport, though, still looking strong. 2nd and 3rd place for them. Alone for some racing with a good qualifying there. That's 4th place for Dimitru Dimenso in 4th place. Not Alfredson himself. We'll see him later. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go took the pole position last time out. However, they are down in 5th this time. Coanda Esports alongside them. Door Esports led for a little while in the first round of the championship. They start 7th here with Team Nitro Falcon alongside in 8th. Then it is PB Performance by Grid and Go ahead of the R Sport team in 10th. As we just get some of the SP9s out onto the circuit, we'll talk about them in a couple of moments' time. R Sport, as I say, in 10th place. Then Team 75 Bernard by SimRC alongside Austrian Sim Racers, who are the first of the AM teams. Don't forget, this class is split into pros and AMs this season. The Austrian Sim Racers have taken that AM position so far. Team Sorg Rensport, who retired pretty early on from the first round, of 13th ahead of Hoda Motorsport, with Avia WNSE Motorsport, Photosec by VMS in 16th place, and that is your lot for the Porsche Cup class. So the SP9s are out there, and look at how busy it is already. Just a couple of laps for these drivers to sort themselves out on the grid.
The top class, the big dogs. Here are the SP9 cars. They are the main eventers when you come to think about it in this digital Nürburgring endurance series. The big boys. And I say the big boys with a very big reason behind it. You've got every single driver here. Well, not exactly every single, but every single driver in this class is supposed to be a real world professional. What does a real world professional mean? It means a driver who's somewhat in the FIA grading system. So if they are a platinum, gold, silver or bronze rated driver, or someone who has completed at least 5 VLN races or 1 Nürburgring 24-hour race in real life. And I said supposed to be real world drivers for a reason, because there's a regulation that says you must have a real world driver, and 3 teams already have received a penalty for not exactly doing so. It's going to be a 60-second stop hold penalty for the number 17 Nitro X Falcon Racing team, also for the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing team, and the number 20 Dirt Esports team, whose terrible start to the season unfortunately continues with yet another penalty. And it's such a shame, unfortunately, that a reason like this can greatly impact where you start and how you finish in the race as well, even. But rules are rule. If you've got to have a real world driver, you've got to have a real world driver.
You certainly do. And unfortunately, a couple of these teams, as you say, have fallen the foul of that. The number 17 was supposed to have either Tim Heinemann or Daniel Dorschuk in that car. Neither of those are racing today. Tim Heinemann being the 2-time DTM Trophy champion, by the way. Raced the opening round of the championship, but unfortunately not this one. The 44 team was supposed to have Mark Gassner. That's the other Falcon team. And then Door Esports, as you say, number 20, was supposed to have Mirko Bortolotti, very successful GT driver in the real world. There is Door Esports, by the way. That's their Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti very used to driving that Lamborghini as well, but unfortunately the 2-time Daytona 24-hour winner will not be joining us this afternoon. This is Veloce Thrustmaster, one of those teams who didn't take part in the opening round of the championship, and these teams, I always think, can race with a little bit more freedom than some of the others. They'll be thinking about championships, so on. Veloce Thrustmaster probably won't be. Out of the Hatzenbach section and on the run towards Flugplatz, over the bridge, and then up towards the rise. We ride on board here with the BMW. GT cars don't quite get so much air anymore on the way towards the fast right-hander. Patu Sipala at the wheel of this one at the moment, and makes his way down in towards Schwedenkreuz. Some of these drivers will have elected to go across the Grand Prix circuit first time round and do a shortened opening lap so that they get 2 goes. Some of them will have just decided to go right the way around, do a full out lap, and then do a 1 flying lap. I think RC Car Shop Esports might have been the only ones to have elected to do a full out lap in their Ford Mustang. We'll see about that, but the drivers are out there on the circuit now doing their flying laps. Jan Philip Springhob here is making his way down towards the Fuchsruhe and the Adenauer Forest section as well. He's turned 24, by the way, since the last race, so a very late happy birthday to him. And he is driving that M&J Downforce 2 car, Ford Mustang. hopefully, to a good result here. He's qualifying them, but look how close they are. I mean, you'd be forgiven for thinking these guys are too close and they should probably space themselves out a bit, but actually they just don't really have very much time.
Yeah, and that's the nature of qualifying with SP9s here. You just really don't have enough time. Maximum of a couple of runs, given how long this circuit is. And even within that, we saw a couple of teams actually swap drivers in the middle of their runs in SP9 qualifying. Like that is a great degree of confidence where you're just okay to have one driver go out for one lap and then just sort of figure it out. Again, you can't really do that all the time because in SP9s you want your real world drivers to be there and they need to qualify and they need to start this race. But interesting to see that these drivers are willing to also, or are able also to actually deliver under the kind of pressure that they have in these circumstances. And let's zoom out a little bit, right? Let's zoom out to figure out what can potentially happen here in qualifying. Because the last time we were here, it was pole promotion Esports in their number 33 who got a really, really important pole at the start of the season. Everything seemed all set. They were in good hands and potentially in a great position to go out and win that race. But they actually received a drive-through penalty for an incorrect start procedure. They were actually faster than the 85 kilometers per hour limit that you need to have at the very beginning of the race. And these are tiny little things that you also need to keep into account, apart from having a brilliant qualifying lap in the couple of runs you get in the SP9 class. So very, very small details that can cost you a win here, which means drivers need to be ultra careful in all stages of the race, not just in qualifying.
Yeah, unfortunately, by the way, the 33 pole promotion esports car you're talking about is unfortunately either left the series or at least they're not racing this round of the series. They're not here today, and in the briefing, it has them under the title team log off, which I don't know whether that means they're just temporarily away from the series for this round or whether they are off entirely, but we'll see when we get to round 2, which, by the way, will be live same time, same place in exactly 2 weeks' time. So you're very welcome to join us on the 15th of February for the second of the races in 2025 and the third of these races in the DNLS this season. On board with Norby Kish, then, the BS competition driver who is a fantastic sim racer as well, by the way, as being a real-life driver. All of the real-life drivers, just to give you some reference, have to qualify their cars. And that's why it's such a severe penalty for not having a real-life driver, because it really does matter for your race. As I say, you've got to qualify, got to do 7 laps as well. You don't have to do 7 laps in a row, but you do have to do 7 laps as a real-life driver. But you're not going to be mad about Norby Kish doing 7 laps on the circuit. He's a very, very good driver indeed. And in the real world, he's a 6-time European truck champion, and he's won the last 4 seasons of that championship consecutively, including a really dominant 2024. He's a very, very accomplished driver indeed. Over the top of the hill here, just before the Stefan Balafes, absolutely flat out in these SB9 machines. So fast these days. They just get faster every year. Remarkable machinery. So accessible as well to the wider motorsport public, which is fantastic. Relatively easy to drive, but difficult to master. It's the perfect way to have them. As we now make our way through towards Galvenkop and the first times on the board. Not expecting these times to be groundbreaking, world-beating, to be honest, first time round. However, we are expecting them to set a bit of a benchmark almost for themselves, a bit of a banker lap, just so that if anything goes wrong on lap number 2, they've got something there to fall back on.
That's such a good point, and you need that banker. So many things can actually go wrong in your second lap here. Remember, not a normal circuit. It's not the GP layout. It's the Nordschleife. Over 24 kilometers, over 150 corners at this circuit. A small mistake anywhere could mean that your qualifying could be over and done with, which is why this first lap is just so crucial. And sometimes we've actually seen teams take pole position with their banker laps as well. So it's a possibility that this one could be the one and done lap time. But let's see what the AMG team, Williams team have in the bank with Sami Matti-Trogen. Here they come at the end of their first lap. And it's a very respectable 7 minutes 52.190. Already a couple of tenths faster than the BS competition team, which has Norby Kish driving over there. Already a very good lap, I'd say. 7:52 is a pretty decent place to be.
It does. Absolutely. Let's see who else is going to come across the line challenge. The Marla Racing Team going to second place there. That's the number 10 car. Moving on up the field. That's being qualified by Phil Dinez, who's qualified or competed, I should say, in the Italian GT Championship throughout 2024. This is Tobias Vasquez from Mulner Motorsport, making his way over the line now. That's an 8:04 from him. That's quite a few seconds off. He'll be hoping for a better second lap in that Porsche 911 GT3R. It looks like it is going to be Sami Mastrogan who sets the benchmark then, ahead of Phil Dinez, then Norby Kiss, then Jonas Wanner, who is, or Jonas Wanner I should say, who is in fourth place, then Tati Sipala in one of the two guest entries here this round of the championship. Falcon Sim Racing Team is still quite away from the line, but as we've noted, they don't have a real-life driver, so unfortunately we'll be counting out the Falcon cars pretty quickly this afternoon.
Yeah. And we shall now see what comes up. This is the latter part of their lap at the Nordschleife. This section is the most fun one. You've kind of done everything, right? You've stitched together an entire lap that spans 7 minutes. Now you're going full throttle. Now you have the opportunity to just sit and wait as you power through the Dottinger and hope that everything you've done before that is turning out to be a good lap. But interesting also to see the Ford Mustang. This is the Haupt Racing team by G&G, currently taking their first run in qualifying in the SP9 category. And how cool is this, Ewan? We get to see 6 different cars in the SP9 category, but none cooler than the Ford Mustang. Them at the Nürburgring, I think it's a combination made in heaven as it almost goes wrong for Finn Weibelhaus.
Yeah, it's a great car, new to the iRacing service, relatively new still, but as you say, don't see it very often on the Nordschleife in real life. This is one of the great things about sim racing. We do things that can't be done so often or with the frequency that you can in real life, so this is fantastic to see. The Haupt Racing Team by Grid & Go car is currently being driven by Finn Weibelhaus, I should say. Got into contact with the Falcon number 44 on the way down towards turn 1 in the opening round of the season. Their opening round was off to a bad start really before it even begun with that incident, I'm afraid. So they dropped out. Likewise for this car, actually, the Lion GP Ferrari, spun around by, I think, the Marla Racing Team, BMW it was. They were rather stuck in the middle of a big gaggle going in towards turn 2, and unfortunately Lion GP were the ones who spun around. It was a relatively messy start actually to the opening race of the season. Hopefully we get something a little bit cleaner here this time round, because I've got to say, I think the NLS is one of the, and maybe this is a big claim to make, I think the NLS has got one of the best etiquettes as far as opening lap starts goes, and keeping them clean. You very rarely see lap 1 accidents in the NLS in real life, and it's hopefully we can start to recreate that a little bit in the digital series. Team Nitro Falcon making their way up towards Kesselstone at the moment. Marco Bischoff, not a real-life driver, but a very well-accomplished sim racer who is in that car at the moment with just a minute and a half to go in qualifying. Don't forget, they will be able to finish their laps once the time elapses, so they're not going to run out of time here, don't worry about that, even though he's only up the muck curve at the moment. New time on the board there for one of the cars moving on up in towards the top 10. As makes his way through the Styles tracker in number 17. Then the carousel, the most iconic circuit, or corner on this circuit, I should say. Make sure you get inside that banking there and don't fall out of it. Otherwise, you'll be losing an awful lot of time around the top of that corner. Just less than a minute to go. As long as you've started your lap time and got over the line, you will be okay. And that's exactly what number 42 has been able to do here, the Nürburgring Esports team. That's being driven by Christian Andreas Franz at the moment in the Grand Prix layout. Out on the Nordschleife, one of the Ford Mustangs still pounding around now through the final sector for them. Important to get good laps in here in qualifying, as always, as we so often talk about. It was pole position last time out, by the way, for some reference, for the pole promotion number 33 team, as we've already talked about. Unfortunately, their race came to a rather abrupt finish, or their contention for the win did, at least, when they got that penalty immediately in the race. We'll keep you abreast of all the penalties that go on here this afternoon. Already noting that we've got 3 of those stop and hold penalties for Team Nitro Falcon Sim Racing Team, and Door Esports, all for not having a real world driver this weekend. The timers elapsed then. The laps will be allowed to finish, but this is a really condensed qualifying session for the SP9s. Not very much time to get your lap on the board as Marcus Fischer makes his way into the final real corners here at the Nordschleife.
And this is where you've got to put it all together. The RC Car Shop Esports Ford Mustang. They've already put in, they've not had any lap on the bank there. So this is the one that really matters for them. This will be it, as we have the checkered flag already being showcased at the end of the lap. What can they produce? Is there enough in it for them that they can go somewhere closer to the top 5, where we are seeing a few familiar names, but there's potential for someone new to come and upset the apple cart. On to the Dottinger, and this must be such a phenomenal feeling. In a Mustang with all the power in the world, got one of the longest straights you can find at any racing circuit. And who's to mention the legendary nature of this place as well. But this will be so long and so frustrating. You've done everything now, just a couple of corners until you get to the very, very end.
Yeah, the Tiergarten, such a fearsome braking zone, really, I would call it, for the corners themselves. Marco Bischoff has only got one chance here in the 17 car to set a lap time here, and he's going to do so with a good time. 7:56.0. That's not going to be pole by any means, but he's in there at least. Into the pit lane for Marcus Fischer. That RC Car Shop Esports Mustang will be starting from the back by the looks of things, and instead of carrying on to cross the line, he decides to practice pit entry, because that is going to be important. At least 2 pit stops mandatory for all of these teams this afternoon. Carlos Scholl now making his way towards the end of the lap in the Halder Motorsport car. Carlos Scholl has done the 24 hours of Nürburgring before, and that's how he qualifies as a real world driver, the 22-year-old. Now making his way through the final corners before the small carousel and before that long run down the Dottinger again. Still quite a long way to wait, by the way, until we've got our real big names towards the front. BS Competition, Marlow Racing Team and Williams Esports only around halfway through their laps. Still a bit of time to go.
Indeed, and a couple of new names there as well. The Veloce Thrustmaster team doing a very impressive job. Find themselves in P6 with Tatu Sipula. Their very, very first appearance of the entire season. So even the newcomers are shaking things up in this championship. But so little between the top 3, only 2.5.
Listen to that. Down the Dottinger, the Porsche singing under the Wilstein Bridge, down the other side, into the Tiergarten, then finally on the brakes before using its excellent traction on the other side to make its way up towards the line and pits in. So if you know you're not going to complete your lap and improve, you might as well practice pit entry for the reasons I outlined before. Now then, number 49, the AMG Team Apex Racing car, making its way towards the line with Elias Seppänen, the 21-year-old Finnish driver, 2-time in the last 2 seasons ADAC GT Masters champion, flying the flag for the 49 car that was able to win this race, or the opening round of this series, I should say, a few weeks ago. Down the hill, in towards the Tiergarten for them. They're joined by some teammates, by the way, in the number 50, one of the 2 guest entries in SP9 this afternoon. They will look to use that team help, no doubt. Here comes Seppänen then, through the final chicane, out of the corner, up towards the line. 52.1 is your target time. Can he get there? Not quite. It's a second or so away for Elias Seppänen. He's going to be on the third row, I think. Yes, it's fifth place for now. Where's number 50? Gordy Much making his way up towards the line. I think he was just a bit quicker there. He might go fifth. No, fourth. Number 50 goes fourth. Onto the outside of row 2 for now. So the Apex Racing team have not been able to trouble the scorers, really, with the top 3 times. It's going to be between Williams and BS Competition in their various guises, who take on the pole position, perhaps. Impulse Racing will be over the line pretty shortly as well in their Ferrari. We'll keep you updated on that time, as well as Trogan, Denez and Norby Kish. But the Apex Racing team, 4th and 6th position. We will see how pleased they are with that. Now then, slipstream for Sami-Matti Trogan. Surely this seals pole position here. They've had a long run down the Tottenham, the big slipstream as well. As long as they're not too held up through this final chicane, it should be pole for Trogan, you'd think. In towards the Tiergarten. Look how close these two Mercedes get. Out of the corner now for the AMG Team Williams driver. Surely this is going to be pole for Trogan. What's the time going to be, though? It could be quite phenomenal. Over the line. Oh, it's only slightly improvement. It's a 52.1. What about from behind? Can the Mahler Racing team go any quicker? In the background, yes, they can. The 7:51.9, the only 7:51 in the session, looks to have taken Mahler Racing team to the pole position.
And how have they stolen it? Right at the very, very end. It seemed like AMG Team Williams would have the jump. They would have the improvements to take them back up into P1, but at the very end, being held up ever so slightly by the BS Competition team. And this means that Mahler Racing have provisional pole position. It clearly seems like the Liberty Esports team is not going to trouble them with the lap time exceeding 8-minute mark. It's not going to be an improvement for them, and they are going to stay at P11. But my, oh my, Ewan, the way things have changed at the very end, and just how. It's so hard to tell, right? Because at that stage, it seemed like such a well-strung together lap from the AMG Team Williams team. But the BS Competition car there, just possibly at the worst time, coming in front of them.
Unbelievable. Did that cost them pole or not? That's going to be an argument to be made a little bit later on, as Tobias Vasquez makes his way over the line. He'll stay 15th with this lap. In fact, doesn't even go quicker this time around. Jan-Philipp Springor is 9th in the M&J Downforce Mustang. Can he get into 7th place or higher to become the best placed Mustang? The answer to that is going to be no. He can't improve this time around in the M&J Downforce car. Nürburgring Esports have yet to got a time on the board, as have 6 of the SP9s. They're one of them. Can they do it this time round? 7:59.0 is what it says. Does it count? Looks like it will do. Andy Gulden makes his way over the line as well. That's a slight improvement for him. And Nürburgring Esports will be 13th and 15th off of the start, but they're not going to be in likely contention for the race win this time round. It's likely going to be between the Mahler Racing team, Williams Esports and BS Competition as well. Wow, what a qualifying session that was, and what a great lap from Phil Denez. Fantastic driver, of course, long-time sim racer is the 25-year-old. And by the way, where he is in the world at the moment, I think he's in LA at the moment, he's certainly from LA, it would be 7 minutes to 4 in the morning. An extraordinary lap to be pulling out at that time in the day.
That is phenomenal stuff. That's the spirit of endurance racing right here on display at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. What a qualifying we have just witnessed. Mahler Racing team taking pole position from the Williams Esports team by just 1/10 of a second. Phil Dennis pulling out a stunner of a lap right at the very end. This means we have such a fun race lined up for you, because look at the top 4. Mahler Racing team in their BMW. It's Mercedes AMG Esports team Williams in second with Sami-Matti Trogan. Then in third, you've got Norby Kish for the BS Competition team in their Mercedes, and the AMG team Apex Racing team with Gordon Much in P4. You've got 4 proper all-stars right here at the very, very top. And I'm not even counting Dirt Esports over in 5th because they have a penalty to serve because of not having a real-world driver. But look back down in P6 as well. It's the AMG team, Apex Racing team, the number 49, that won the last race, and they're only good enough for 6th here today. I mean, this grid, the way it's all mixed up today is just, it's all coming together for a really exciting race.
It certainly will be. To continue on from that, the number 4 Halp Racing team by Grid and Go-Car has got into 7th. That's the best place to the Mustangs, with Veloce Thrustmaster alongside them. 9th place will be M&J Downforce, Jan-Philipp Springhob, and also Philip Kokolok has got himself into the top 10. That's for Impulse Racing, the only Ferrari inside the top 10. Then we've got the first of the Porsches. That is Liberty Esport in 11th. They'd have Team Nitro Falcon, Marco Bischoff. Nürburgring Esports and Line GP share row 7 ahead of the other Nürburgring Esports car. And then the 5 teams that didn't set representative times particularly. Molnar Motorsport in 16th, but have Halder Motorsport 17th. Falcon Sim Racing Team, MJ Downforce number 11, and Aussie Car Shop Esports didn't set times. Hopefully the 4 teams, along with one of the Renault Clios that didn't set a time, do get on to the start, because then we've got a 60 car grid, and what a fantastic prospect that is for this 3-hour race.
Yeah, 60 cars. It's going to be properly stacked up. I mean, traffic is going to be a big issue. Concentration will be something for the drivers to keep up as well. And over the course of the entire race, you're not going to find any period where the SP9s don't end up facing lots and lots of slower cars. By the time they get to lap number 2, I think the lap traffic barrage will just begin for all of them, which means only one real calm, peaceful lap, which won't exactly be calm and peaceful, would it be, Ewan? Because you've got so many cars fighting with each other, and especially if you're the leader. Imagine having AMG Team Williams, BS Competition, AMG Team Apex Racing, Dur, and another AMG Team Apex Racing car right on your back on the first lap. And I'm not even counting all the other cars behind them, just that are so good as well. It's going to be madness for everyone. And the way this race will evolve and the way it simmers up with strategy, I think will be such a fun thing to watch. I don't think we're getting bored in any way whatsoever.
No, it will not be boring, that is for sure. Just to explain for those of you who've not seen this series before, or you need a reminder, the start is split. So the SB9s at the front will get underway, and then 2 minutes later, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring teams will get underway after that, as the rest of the grid goes through on your screen, by the way. Then 2 minutes after that, SB10 and SB3 will get underway together. So that's another 2 minutes further behind. So effectively, they start at least 4 minutes behind the SB9s. As you mentioned, the Clios are a lot slower than the SB9s, so they will be caught pretty quickly. Their best lap times, 1 minute and 50 off of 40, sorry, 1 minute 40 off of the SB9s. That is a lot of time. So effectively, yeah, I think they, well, to go on from what you're saying, I think they might get 2 laps, the SB9, but they won't get more than that, and then it will be on from there. The first run through SB3 traffic is normally quite busy, but last time, to be fair, round 1, the field was already quite spread apart in SB3 before the SB9s got there.
And I found that to be weird because SP3s are normally the kind of class where everyone sticks together. It's like a lovely pack of animals. But in SP3s, sometimes the start can be just so chaotic that people just spread apart. And that's what we saw last time. The top 2, the leading pack, they were eventually 20 odd seconds away from the others just within an hour and a half, which tells you the kind of dominance they had. And once you break away, right, once you're no longer part of that leading slipstream group, good luck catching up, because they're the leaders for a reason, because A, they are faster, and B, they also have slipstream, which keeps the entire pack separated from the rest of the pack. So you'll need a miracle and then some to catch up if you are somewhere behind the leaders in the initial couple of laps in the SP3 category. It's not that intense in SP9s, because again, driver skill makes up for a lot of it, and they're not that slipstream dependent. But across the classes, yeah, you've got to make sure that you're with the leading pack in the first couple of laps, because otherwise those 3 hours are going to be very, very long for you. You're just going to be alone by yourself driving on the Nordschleife, which isn't a bad thing in itself, but not when you've gathered in so much of prep time to go racing and you want to win the category as well. So could end up being boring if you don't stick together with the pack at the start.
Absolutely. We will look forward to the race and get ready pretty soon. The gridding process is just underway at the moment, by the way, while you're seeing the rest of the SB9 field. The start of the race will follow pretty shortly. No break really between qualifying and the race. You just go straight in. And there is the last car that qualified, Halder Motorsport. I can tell you, as I mentioned, the Falcon Sim Racing team, MJ Downforce number 11 and RC Car Shop Esports Mustang will all make the start as well. At least they should do in a few moments' time. It will be round 2 with the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series with myself, Ewan O'Leary, similar alongside me. Big thanks to all the production team and race control staff and everybody behind the scenes who are making this broadcast and indeed this series possible for 2024-25 season. We'll be back again in 2 weeks' time with the second race in 2025 and the third in the season. And then the finale is on the 8th of March. Make sure you've got that in your calendar. That is going to be a fantastic race indeed, because these championships stay oh so close right the way to the very end. The Apex Racing team, number 49, were able to take the race victory first time round in the opening round of the season, but they've only qualified 4th here at the second round. What can they do this time round? Because they did have to come from behind on a couple of occasions last time out. They eventually took the lead for the very final time with just 13 minutes to go. They were bouncing around the lead and then second place for a long time that afternoon. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Share Esport took a 1-2. Can they repeat that maybe in the second fastest class? The Apex Racing team doubled up with a win in the SP10s last time at the Ravenel 3-hour race. And the Share Esport team also doubled up with SP3 victory. It was a race of double victories just a few weeks ago. Well, this time round, it's time for a new story to be written. Time for the Goodrich 3-hour race here from the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the digital edition. The first day in February brings a new challenge and a new race to this series. As the pace car, in a few moments' time, will pull into the pit lane and we'll get underway. Now, it's worth reminding you that last time out, the pole-sitting car got a penalty for not following the race procedure quite correctly. Phil Denez certainly would have been reading up on the regulations in a few moments, in the last few moments, to make sure he doesn't fall afoul of the same rule. He might go green from earlier, to be honest, just so that he can stretch the field out a little bit more before turn 1, because it's worth reminding you again, 3 teams ended up spinning round through the Mercedes arena in the opening lap of the opening race. Let's see what happens here this time, though, as Phil Denez is in control of the field, heading up towards the start of the Goodrich 3-hour race, round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series in season 24-25 is set to get underway with Phil Denez in control of the field for Mahler Racing Team here. Down the front straight they come, in towards turn number 1. Phil Denez waits and now they go. The green flag waves and they all fan out. 3 and 4 wide and nearly 5 wide in the background already. Williams Esports challenging in towards turn 1. It's 4 wide for third place as well, with the 2 Apex Racing Team cars on the outside line. Can they all make it through? 20 SP9 machines trying to fit through a very narrow Mercedes arena for the very first time, but it looks like they've managed it, at least up front. And it's Phil Denez in the Mahler Racing Team BMW who converts pole position into an early race lead.
And luckily, everyone has gone over the arena section safely and carefully, which means everyone is alive and kicking for the 3-hour race. But what a start from Phil Denez. So calm and so composed for the Mahler Racing Team at the very beginning. Sami Trogan got really close at the back, losing a position, and Nobby Kish was right there on him. BS Competition car could have gotten second place in a whisker, but great defensive driving from the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams car, driven by Sami Trogan. And here we are with Mahler first, Williams second, BS Competition third, and the chaos begins in the background.
Great start from all 20. Everybody still facing the right way. Everybody off to a good start. Phil Denez leads ahead of Sami Trogan, Nobby Kish, Jonas Banner. Then it's Gordy Much, Elias Seppänen, who's in 6th place. Great start from Mutes Volt as well, by the way, in the Liberty Esport car. They're up to 7th place already, ahead of MJ Downforce. Then Veloce Frostmaster, who've dropped back a little bit, and Impulse Racing, who have maintained their top 10 from the qualifying session. We'll let them get out onto the Nordschleife as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring looks to get underway. Out through the final corners, And the Apex Racing team are going to be in control of this field. It's Luca Kita who is at the wheel of that one. Relatively new Apex Racing team driver. As he now gets in control of the field, waits for the green flag. And the Scherer Esports team will for sure try and come over him. Look at that already again. 4 wide in the background again. There's something about these starts that just creates these moments. And Scherer Esports looking on the outside line for victory here. On the outside for the second round in a row. Can they do it in towards turn 1? It's a late braking manoeuvre from Luca Kita to hold on to his lead that he earned in that qualifying session. A good start from him, but he's got the Scherer as Porsche's circling through the Mercedes arena. Into turn 3. 117 hangs on at least to 3rd place. That's Julian Raymer ahead of Alexander Teeb in the Door Esports car, who's looking to get down the inside of the Alonfriston machine. That is Roland Alfredson this time round, starting in 4th place, already down to 5th, I'm afraid. And now he's got Coanda Esports right behind as well. Following on from Coanda, it's Frozen Speed by Gwyn & Co, the pole sitters from round 1. Then PB Performance and Marcus Deck, who is at the wheel of that one. And then side by side for 9th between Team Nitro Falcon and Team 75 Bernhard through the Grand Prix circuit. They're still side by side on the way towards the fast chicane. Somebody's going to have to yield here. Good move round the outside from the Team Nitro Falcon car though, in the asymmetric livery. And they make their way up to 9th position. So, in SP10 and SP3, we're ready to go as well, as the Porsche Cup cars are underway. No change, by the way, at the front of the SP9s. You're not missing anything there. This is SP10, now set to get underway with the SP3s. This is group number 3, if you want to call it that. And they all get underway together here in this one. It's a very big clumping of cars to be getting underway together, but that's the way of the series. Here we go. The Apex Racing team on the front, ahead of the Falcon Sim Racing BMW. The green flag waves and we're underway again. And the pole sitter not off to a very good start at all here. Falcon Sim Racing already out in front there. What a great start from Lucas Muller. On the inside, he's going to go on the defensive. As Sim RC get down the inside of Apex, there's a slight bit of contact. I think Coanda got into the back of Apex there briefly. Grid & Co stuck him on the outside line. They're going to be 4th place as Perryman looks down the inside of Conte Guinez there in the Sim RC car. Through turn 2 they go, and he's got it. So the Apex Racing team, Peter Perryman's back to 2nd at least, but he has lost the lead to Lucas Muller.
And it could have been so much worse. He almost dropped down to P4 from P1. That was a crazy and chaotic start for the Apex Racing team, car number 190. In the SP3s, though, there is some degree of change because we're seeing the Swiller Esports / Entropy car, the number 277, actually take over the lead from the Clio of the Scherer Esports, who are up pole sitters by over 3 seconds. That's what, the lap times in qualifying just don't matter if your opposition can get up a better first lap. And that's the kind of stuff we're seeing. Meanwhile, the 275 is under some immense pressure from the Ring Fit Sim Racing number 285 car. Well, what an opening lap that was for the GT4s and for the Clios, the SP10s and the SP3s then. That's what we like to call them here.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, by the way, in round 1. Similia Esports getting through on the opening lap. They got out to a bigger lead that time, in fairness, but they got out to a lead off of the start and didn't give it up for quite some time after that. It was a 3-second lead by the first pit stop cycle, the end of the first pit stop cycle, but eventually Scherer came back to the lead with 1 hour and 24 minutes remaining, and they took the lead all the way home from there, as onto the Hatzenbach they go for the first time. The SP10s led by Lucas Muller at the front. We've got Maximilian Gulden already back to pit lane, I'm afraid, in the Nürburgring Esports car. Not sure what's happened to them. Hopefully we'll get a replay a little bit later on, but so far that is the only casualty of the opening lap, I'm pleased to report. So, as I say, Lucas Muller leads for the Falcon, then it is Peter Perryman for Apex, Corentin Guinet for Sim RC 3rd, Sven Haase for Grid & Go 4th, and Mac Backham for Coanda in 5th, who's retired from professional sim racing, by the way, Mac Backham, but he's still got it. He's in the top 5, just ahead of BS Competition. Thomas Labutele, who is in 6th place. Look at this, side by side, and that very close to going off the road for Dory Esports Academy. My goodness me, that was Max Scheider, by the looks of things, going very close to a huge moment off the circuit. X-Racer may have, and Alexi Aloma may have been slightly spooked by that, went a bit wide. Dory Sports Academy back through as the SB9 leaders get onto the Dottinger. It's 4 for the lead in the slipstreaming train.
And all is good for the Mahler racing team, but this is where things can start to unravel. Remember, the leader's probably not the most favorable position to be in if you're an SB9 car, especially in the lead pack, because the car that's at the front of the train is the one that's consuming the most amount of fuel. The cars behind can sit back, lift a little bit, and maybe then have a shorter pit stop when we go stopping in around 50 odd minutes time. So at this case, it's a good place to be for the Williams Esports team, for the BS competition, and not so much for Nürburgring Esports because they're expecting a penalty. But for them, it's okay to be in that pack, it's okay to save, and there's no real need to attack the Mahler racing team car at the very front. If anything, for Phil Diniz, it's a matter of plain sailing, making sure that you're first without pushing too hard and without consuming too much fuel. That's the kind of balance they need to work on. I don't suspect the others will try to attack him a bit too much at the beginning.
So surprising that the Apex Racing team are the ones who have created this gap. And look at this, Nürburgring Esports on the defensive from Harder Motorsport here. On the outside line in the Porsche. That's very late on the brakes from car 42. Goodness me, that is... It is the Nürburgring Esports car of Christian Andreas Franz, who's gone very deep on the brakes. He's somehow held on to, at the very least, 14th place. Harder Motorsport versus M&J Downforce continue side by side. Marek Bockman on the inside line here. Off turn 4, he's just about going to stay alongside there of Scholl, by the looks of things. And he's going backwards now, Carlos Scholl, in the background. Falcon Sim Racing come through, as do Lion GP. That's the danger you make when you try and make one of these passes early on in the race. You can, if it goes wrong, go backwards.
Indeed you can. This is where the race is at its most volatile. Cars are closer than they will ever be to each other, and drivers have tempers on their heads given the pressure-filled scenarios that we have. Penalties already though. This is the car number 120. This must be in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. And it's a drive-through penalty for the 120. This is the Nürburgring Esports team. Let me just get back to you on what exactly has gone down for them. But that's not an auspicious way to begin. As we see the two Scherer Esports cars heading way too close to each other, they don't need to fight against each other. They need to work against their common opponent, which is the number 119, the Apex Racing team. And look how they're closing up as we head towards Tiergarten. Scherer already on the outside. This could be the lead for them even before we get to the left-right-hand kick.
This is
and they've done that.
Yeah, this is exactly how they took the lead in the second stint of round 1 when they were taken over through the pit stop phase. They're now freight training past the others, and there you go. Scherer back to 1 and 2, just like they were in round 1. That's a great pass. That is teamwork on show for everybody to see. They are going to be so hard to beat this season once again.
They are indeed, and that in the background was the number 120 car of Alexander Thiel, the Nürburgring Esports, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy machine that was in the pit lane. But Apex once again trying to make a move up for the P2. Not that easily though, say Scherer Esports. And behind them, all of this fighting, all of this battling has opened up an advantage and an opportunity for Alone Fitson Racing and Coanda Esports to get involved in the mix and say, hey, this 3-car battle for the first place is not just a 3-car fight, it can now be an 8 or 9-car fight. Coanda come under some pressure from the Frozen Speed by G&G Racing Team.
I'm going to try and tell you about all the penalties before it all kicked off again, so do interrupt me if it all goes wrong. These two are going to continue side by side. 169 Nürburgring Esports drive-through penalty for failing to do the short lap properly. That's when you only do the Grand Prix circuit and not a full out lap on the qualified session. Team Huizinga 170 for the same thing. Same for the 7 Racing. That's the Clio Cup SP3 car who's got a drive-through penalty. Another one for 169 Nürburgring Esports, this time for a pit lane infringement. X-Racer in SP10 have also got a drive-through penalty. Stop and hold 5 seconds for BS Competition in SP10. Door Esports, we've just seen them taking their drive-through penalty in the Porsche Cup class. They've got 2 of them, though. At the second one for a pit lane infringement, as the first one was as well. Drive-through penalty for number 5, Team Williams. So Stanley Trogan for blocking another car in the final sector. We did see that. They've got a drive-through penalty for that. RC Car Shop Esports have also got a drive-through penalty with Harder Motorsport for pit lane infringement. And the Marla Racing Team car, the race leaders, have got a drive-through penalty as well for a breach of the rules. It doesn't specify what rule, but they have got a drive-through penalty, and so the top 2 are going to drop to the back of the field.
No, even my sheet is just refreshed, and I think I know the reason why. It's exactly what we were discussing at the start of this race. Just make sure that during the starting procedure, do not exceed the 90 km/h limit. Guess what they've just done? The same mistake that the pole sitter did the last time. They've exceeded that limit. And as a result, the number 10 Marla Racing Team in the SP9 class, the leaders of that category, are down with a drive-through penalty. So essentially, we've got P1 and P2 in SP9s with a drive-through penalty. And the only team in the top 4 that doesn't have a penalty of any sorts is BS Competition car number 1, which soon will become team number 1 if the race goes on this way. But what have we just seen? 3 out of the top 4 teams in SP9 have got a drive-through penalty to work with. I do not understand how this race has got just so chaotic, even before we've gotten to the half-hour mark.
It's unbelievable. It's scarcely believable. By the way, for drivers who are this experienced, Alexei Nesov, who is in pole in the first round, and for Phil Denez as well, who's taken pole in the second round, it's scarcely believable that they could make such an elementary error, especially in Phil Denez's situation, when he knows that in round 1, the team on pole did exactly the same thing. It's quite unbelievable, but there you go. The SP10, by the way, and SP3 leaders, that's Share Esport in SP3 and Falcon Sim Racing Team in SP10, have both gotten a second lead over the rest, so the slipstream is almost being broken there in both of those classes. But yeah, just to go back to that, Phil Denez still leads for now, but he's not going to be leading for much longer. Sam-Matti Trogan is going to be coming in with him as well, because they've both got drive-through penalties, and I just can't quite believe that they've made the same error, knowing what happened in the opening round of the season. It's unbelievable.
It's astounding. It seriously is. And what that means is that these 4 cars on your screen, there's no chance that 3 of them are actually going to be fighting for the win, given the fact that Nürburgring and then Marla and Williams, all 3 have drive-through penalties, which means the only car that is without a penalty in this pack is the one that you can see right in front of you from Jonas Wanner's mirror, Jonas Wanner's windscreen. It's the number 1 BS Competition car. And let's just add some fun to this, right? I don't think it's fun enough to have only the top 3 get, only 3 out of 4 cars in the top pack get a penalty. So why don't we just actually add some more chaos and put that number 1 BS Competition car under investigation too? Because that's exactly what's happening. A protest has been filed in by the number 50 AMG Apex Racing Team on the number 1 BS Competition car. And it says breach of rules. Now, what rules we're yet to find out. But as it stands, we could potentially see all 4 cars at the lead of SP9 go through a drive-through penalty. So who wants to win? Does anyone want to win this race?
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't know if I've missed one. I haven't seen one for Door Esports number 20. I've seen 2 penalties for number 120. I haven't seen one for number 20 yet, so we'll see on that.
Oh, that's that stop and hold penalty for actually the incorrect qualifying procedure, I suppose. No real driver, actually. Yeah, that's what's happening with them.
Oh, of course.
They don't have a real driver. Yeah.
You're right. So apologies. That's so long ago, I've forgotten. So, yes, stop and hold 60. You're absolutely right. So, it will be BS Competition out on the front on their own. And will they take the drive-through this time? I would, personally, because SP3 cars are going to be lapped this time, and there you go. So the other 2 carry on. I guess the penalty for Door Esports is so big they might as well, but the 2 drive-throughs are happening now. They might well come out in a group like this. This is the number 8 car getting out ahead of the others. Holder Motorsport, Carlos Scholl, back up to 16th after dropping back a few moments ago. He's in the background. the RC Car Shop Esports car comes into pit lane. Out already of the pit lane, though, Marla Racing Team and Williams Esports. Oh, they're just in behind these guys. They could have done without that. They've got so much traffic to come through in this race now.
Yeah, exactly. And they're kind of nowhere in the top 10, come to think about it. Marla and Williams have cycled out in 17th and 18th. And they're not even in this shot. They'll be right at the very back of the shot. That's where they are. And this pack that you're seeing right now, it's the two Apex racing cars, the number 49, driven by Elias Sabanen, and the number 50 by Gordon Much. They are third and fourth as it stands. But provisionally, that could be P1 and P2, given the penalties that the cars ahead have in BS Competition and Dirt Esports. Meanwhile, SP3 action is mad as always. It's the number 285. That would be the Ring Visit Sim Racing Team right on the back of the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car, the number 275. They are battling for P4 in this class, and it's a three-way fight, dare I say. And I love this, right? They are in a hunt to try and close up with the two cars ahead of them, because this battle, as entertaining it might be, they really need to make sure that they're with the top two, because the moment they break away, the slipstream effect is just so powerful on these cars that they won't be able to catch unless the top two make some sort of mistake. And given what we've seen from the last round from Scherer Esports and Spiller Esports / Entropy, I don't think they're going to make a mistake at all. I think they're just so good. So you need kind of a miracle for FK Motorsport and the rest of the pack behind them to close up and be in that slipstream with them.
Speaking of which, by the way, look at this in the Porsche class. Scherer Esports are ahead of the rest by some distance, and they're pushing each other as well. There's a bit of disorganisation back here. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go are back through on the... Oh, and they're trying to come through an Apex. They're not quite going to manage it there. The slipstream is still in play, but Scherer are getting organised, and they're throwing down the question to everybody else. Can you follow us? So far the answer is yes, but if they get a bit disorganised, if they fight amongst themselves, this is going to be a Scherer Esports 1-2, and they're going to be bumping each other to victory if everybody else is not too careful.
You're so right about that. And the top six within a second of each other almost. Here we go. The Coanda car is on the inside and gets spun out. Whoa, that went awfully wrong for Team Coanda within a matter of seconds. They were looking for a place up in the top 5, and they now find themselves back down in P7 in the class. Gabriel Salomon, how have things gone wrong for him now?
Yeah, it was a look down the inside and just a bit over-ambitious in the end. He was trying to get past Adrian Garake in the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go kart. Ended up, and the Alone Fredson car as well. But it's locked up, spun round at turn 1, and I'm afraid that is terrible news for Coanda. And I've got to say, they have been struggling in recent times in this kind of race. In the opening round of the season, in this class, they managed 5th position. Not to say that's a bad finish, but it is lower down than you'd expect to see them. And it was 7th place in SP10. They're maybe not quite the team they used to be at the moment, as the battle for second is on. If this comes on a bit too quickly, then the 116 could be away from the rest. This is a replay of what happened down at turn 1.
Gabriel Salomon looking for the inside line. It just is so tricky there, especially with these Porsche Esports and John Trophy cars that are just right on the very edge of it all. So easy to lose it under braking, especially when you're under pressure, not trying to hit the car in front of you. And that's exactly what happened with the Coanda folks there. But as it stands in the Porsche Esports and John Trophy, Scherer Esports with a commanding 1 and 2. But what's going on here? The 116 has actually pulled up a slight gap ahead of their teammates in the 117, essentially acting like a rear guard, protecting them from the Apex Racing Team and all the other strong cars behind them. In the meantime, there are some potential swaps around for position in the SP10 class. This is the battle for the last place on the podium. Sim RC, 3rd place in the SP10 category, currently under pressure from the gridandgo.com Esports DNLS GD4 team, with Sven Haase, a familiar foe, right behind, and all of them together are battling for P2 to P4 in the SP10 class. Falcon Sim Racing have sort of run away with it, haven't they? 1.9 seconds already. That's a good place to be in, mind you, with 20 minutes into this race.
Yeah, and you don't see it very often in SP10, to be honest. It's very often pretty close together after a long time in this class, but Falcon Sim Racing team have managed to really get away from the rest early on this time round, which is great news for them. Early on, they were able to take the lead only after the first pit stops in the opening round of the season for battling away, bore the lead for the rest of the race, eventually lost out to Apex and SimRC to finish third, but it's the same top three again here with Falcon on the front of it. Lucas Muller, who is on the front of the field at the moment though, 2 seconds, and the gap has actually extended this lap compared to the last one. He did a 25.4, these guys did 25.8, so he's actually, despite being on his own, stretched out the advantage over the rest.
Yeah, that's precisely what you need to do in this opening stint of the race. Try to make sure you have a big gap that gives you potential variations that you can play with when you go to the first set of pit stops. Let's take a quick look at a replay of what's happened to Team Nitro X Falcon. That's Marco Bischoff behind the wheel of that Porsche, and it goes awfully wrong all so quickly. Wow, that was a snap. I wonder what went wrong there. Maybe just a bit of an aerodynamic vacuum that they found themselves in, or the car getting a bit too loose. Whatever it is, Marco Bischoff, his team have a lot of work to do in the next 2.5 hours. Whoa, boy.
Pretty sure they clipped the curb on the inside at the Moot curve there, which you can't get away with, and so that's how they ended up spinning around and into the wall very quickly indeed. So that's a shame for them. Meanwhile, this is for third, I think, in SB3, the Clio Cup class. It is indeed FK Motorsport, just ahead of Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, I should say. And then Rings Fizzer Sim Racing and Adopt Don't Shop, the final car in the group, but they are very much battling away here. The top two seem very focused on each other. Share Esport versus Similia Esports again, but the battle for third is an interesting one, and they're just willing to battle it out, which the others maybe are not. As there's a look at the traffic, Jonas Vanna is trying to go for the lead here in SB9. They are going to be very soon into the SB3 traffic, and Vanna knows that going through now is pretty important, so he does go and take the lead.
We'll get back to that battle because the SP3s are seeing some more fighting within them. It's the 275. They touch and they bang against each other. What are we seeing here? The Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing team have some advantage over their rivals, but Ringfizet Sim Racing now under pressure from the Adopt Don't Shop team. This is the battle for P5 in the SP3 category, and it's calmed down a bit. But let's shift our attention to the SP9s, because over there, Der Esport, that number 20 Lamborghini, has taken over the lead, but only provisionally, because remember, they have a 60-second stop-and-go penalty for not fielding a real-world driver. At this stage, if you're the number one PS competition Mercedes car behind, you just let them go. You let them go ahead. You sit behind them. You save fuel, because at the moment, what's Der's problem in life? They want to make sure that they have a big gap between them and the rest of the pack, so that when they come for their stop and go, they don't sort of emerge in traffic and they're as close as they can possibly be to the leaders. So they want to go fast. In the same time, BS Competition, the number one, are the only real car in that top 4 and top 5 that don't kind of have a penalty. Their competition, the Apex Racing Team cars, are far behind. They're 5 seconds away. So it's in their best interests to just stay behind their esports, save fuel, tag along, and make sure that they're able to extend their realistic lead over the rest of the pack. Because remember, Dirt are not going to keep it when their penalty comes around. And to make things even sweeter for that BS competition team, even, they've been cleared of any wrongdoing. They are not going to be given any penalty for any breach of rules, like we discussed that was potentially going to happen at the start of the race. So, number one BS competition, this race is properly falling into their hands. They just now need to be calm and composed, not make any unforced errors, and just take it to the very end. I think they should be in a good space.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect for BS competition, for Dory Sports to go through there and clear the way. They'll be taking the slipstream and saying thank you very much, because they will be leaders of this race a little bit later on, that is for sure. This is the battle, meanwhile, for fourth place. Gordy Much is not quite able to stay with his teammate Elias Sepinen, although it's not far away, as you can see there on the margin. There is the gap between third and fourth. It will be second and third a little bit later on. This is the number 11 M&J Downforce car a little bit later in the field. And they are just in behind Liberty Esports. Just behind them is about 6 seconds behind Marlow Racing Team and Williams Esports, already back up to 13th and 14th in this race as traffic begins.
Here we go then, 30 minutes in, the traffic paradise has begun for the SP9 cars. It's never going to be quiet now. It's never going to be calm for them. Every single lap that they face from here on will be full of smaller and slower cars being caught out in random obscure spots. I mean, you could end up finding them in a blind spot at the mud curve as well, and that's the scariest thing you can ever have in a really rapid SP9 car. So things are going to get crazy. SP9 drivers, I think they need the patience of Superman to survive everything. And look at this now. At the Ardenau first, a slower SP3 car right in the middle of the apex, and what does an SP9 car have to do just to get a clean lap? There's Dur. Here's where they could be under some pressure, and look, within that traffic, they've created quite a big gap between themselves and the number one BS competition car. Not that it matters in the grand scheme of things, because the number one BS competition car is ultimately still your realistic leader, but you don't want that gap emerging now, do you? You want to be in that slipstream and save fuel as much as you can.
And it's not that the number one has had a bad run through traffic, actually. It was that Jonas Vanner was absolutely silky smooth through the traffic. Great job through the SP3s for the first time. So that is how he's extended the lead, because he's not only extended the lead over BS competition, but he's actually extended the lead over everybody, which is pretty impressive to achieve. The Apex Racing Team in third and fourth are now together then. You can see that in the background there of these SP3s. Here they come. Through the pack. And that's exactly what traffic can do. It's actually allowed Gordy Much to get a bit of breathing space over young Philip Springhob in the 22 car. And there you go. 49 goes through. Here comes 50 as well. Oh, hello. That was a bit of miscommunication.
What is that, man? Look at the madness. It's like a Monday morning commute in the middle of the city centre. There's nowhere for anyone. And we're not even factoring the GT4s and the SP10s and also the Cup cars, which could also be somewhat in the mix later in the race. Not with the SP9s, but among themselves especially. This open piece of tarmac might be just so beautiful for the number 20 Nerd Esports who just want to get going and want to create as much of an advantage as they potentially can. But it's not going to be quiet for anyone. I think we even are in the best seat possible, because we don't have to deal with slower cars. We don't have to deal with faster cars coming in and scaring us on the right of our car as well. It's all nice and pretty here.
I'll go through a few more penalties, by the way, that have come through, because there have been at least one more decision. Yes, just the one. The Adopt Don't Shop car protested FK Motorsport for causing a collision in SP3, and they have been proved correct. So FK Motorsport have got a drive-through penalty after that incident. That battle's still going on for third place. It's now for fourth, actually, in the field, because FK Motorsport have gotten away a little bit in SP3. That is going to pretty quickly evaporate away from them, though, because of the penalty. Here is the battle, though, in the Porsche class, and this is probably the closest, to be honest, the closest battle for the lead.
Yep, the Scherer Esports 116-117 holding the fort in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy with the Frozen Speed Grid and Go team just a few tenths of a second behind him. This is very similar to what we saw last time as well, right? Scherer controlling the fort, Apex being close by. Frozen Speed by GHG didn't quite have the best of races, but it's good to see them here now in P3 and having a very, very solid start that gives them the foundation to build and do some fun stuff later on. But there are some more penalties we need to talk about. For instance, number 44, Falcon Sim Racing Team. Yeah, stop and go penalty that we spoke about earlier for not having a real world driver. That's been further enforced. And that's the same case for the number 17 Team Nitro X Falcon team as well. And that'll also be the same case for the number 20 Dirt Esports cars we've now seen on our screens as well. So SP9s, lots of penalties to be taken. PS competition are your ultimate leaders, but it's not going to be an easy day. But I think it's a good time to give a status update on our other top drivers as well, right? Because after their forced penalties, Marley Racing Team and the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams team are down in 13th and 14th. So they are making a bit of a recovery. It's just coming at a slightly slow pace.
Yeah, and it's going to take time. If they can get to the top 8, then they can start to score more points. Just a word on the scoring system for this series, by the way. If you finish the race, then you get a point. That's, well, I was about to say that's for free. Obviously, it's obviously not free. You have to earn it. You have to drive for 3 hours, but you get the point. Then if you get 7th place, it's 2 points. Then 6th, 5th, 4th, that's all, or 5th, sorry, that's 1 point gained each time. That makes 6 points for 4th, 8 for 3rd, 11 for 2nd, and 15 for 1st. So that is your system for the series. If they can make their way into the top 7 in that case, those two, then they'll be pretty pleased with their afternoon, as Falcon Sim Racing Team will be as well. They've got to take a minute's worth of a stop and hold in a few moments' time, but that's not going to stop them from moving past the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes here in SP9. Nürburgring Esports and Andy Golden certainly knows about that penalty and doesn't fight it as a result.
They'll be having their engineers and their spotters giving them all the information that they possibly need about the teams and drivers that have a penalty around them. And this is the kind of stuff you need, right? Because when you're driving in a high-pressure, tense endurance race like the DNLS, you don't really have time to think about much else in which car has which penalty. Because remember, you're busy thinking about strategy, about fuel saving, about managing tires, about just surviving at the Nürburgring amidst all the traffic and the chaos as well. That's why you need a really good set of people to be a calming voice in your head to tell you that this driver has a penalty. No point fighting them. But there is a point fighting this fight, because this is the battle that we're seeing in the SP10 class, and that's between the Grid and Go Esports DNS GT4 team, who are in 3rd, and the Sim RC team in 4th. So we have seen some swapping around, because the last we saw them at the start of the race, Sim RC were holding the advantage here. Now, Grid and Go have moved up into 3rd.
Good start to the race here in SP10, although it's nowhere near as close as it was this time last race. There's a right group at the front of the field after the Apex Racing Team took pole position. They were able to get clear on lap 2, but it got a lot more complicated after that. I actually think SP10 was probably the best race of the 4 classes last time round. I really enjoyed it. The Apex Racing Team on a real chase down towards the end. They made that pass on the Grand Prix circuit on the very last lap, and they were able to take the victory in the end. But it's certainly had to be a very different race so far in SP10. They're trying to chase down Falcon Sim Racing Team at the moment as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring make their way out onto the Dottingher, I should say, for the next time of asking. Nearly 35 minutes into this race. This is the Pro class, of course, and the top 5 are all still together. On board with the 5th we go.
It's all nice and chill in this category. Everyone is playing a beautiful game of follow the leader. And the leader is Raphael Renhofer in that number 116 Scherer Esports car. Again, they had quite a race last time out as well, getting a 1-2 in the exact same order, with the 116 ahead of the 117. But in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, you can't really tell who's going to win until the very end, because there are so many options for strategic variation. Teams can go shorter in the last 10, teams can maybe push a little bit harder as well. There's so many options with fuel saving too, and with this car, the way you drive can have a huge impact on the tires too, which ultimately decides whether you have that crucial grip when you're going around the outside on that final stint of the race. So lots to play for still. There's a bit of argy-bargy there going on between the GNG Frozen Speed car and the Apex Racing Team as well. But clearly, no real urgency to get up in the lead. Everyone's okay being where they are because it's a long game.
It is. We're going to see a lot of fuel saving here in the Porsche Cup class early on. It used to be called Cup 2, of course, and I'm holding myself back violently from getting it wrong. Anyway, they're second fastest class, of course, and as I mentioned earlier, I'll touch on it again. They are split into Pro and Am this season, whereas they weren't previously. The top 5 are all pros. The first of the AMs is the Team Sorg Rennsport number 100 car. Unfortunately for them, they retired after just a lap. After lap 1 last time out, they were out the race, so this is already going better this time round, and they're leading the AM class. But as I mentioned earlier, the AM class had a very long time leader early on with the I think Avia WNS were leading for quite some time, but it was Fosasek, who were leading for most of the race last time out. But then all of a sudden the lead went round like a hot potato in the last hour, and it was all over the place. So it's still very, very early days, especially in that AM class. Let's go back meanwhile up to the SP9s. This effectively is the group for second place. The two Apex Racing Team cars, then M&J Downforce here, who are just ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster.
Yep, last time M&J Downforce, they found their way up into P7 with the Ford Mustang in that number 11 class. The number 22, they had a much tougher day. They were in P14. But today for them, it's been quite a recovery, finding themselves up in P5. They had a good qualifying and they were really able to benefit from all the chaos that all the leaders had at the very start of this race. And good to see them in this position because they are now fighting with the team that's just made their way into this championship starting from this round. It's the Veloce Thrustmaster team, and good to see Tatu Sipula, a name we've seen so often in the sim racing world, contesting very high without having the experience of racing in this championship in the very first round of the series. So if there's one way to make an introduction, a top 6 finish would definitely be that. Meanwhile though, Mac Backham, did he just say retired sim racer Mac Backham? Because that just sounds so odd to listen to me, like Mac Backham retired. Those words just don't go together for me.
It's from professional sim race, full-time driving, he called it at the time. He said, I'm retiring from full-time driving this time round. He actually took part in his last real-world event in Sweden in November of 2023 as a full-time sim racer. He said at the beginning that he knew it was going to be his final year when it began in 2023, and that he's too old for it.
No, come on, Mac.
I know. Yeah,
come on, Mac.
Not entirely true. I don't know how old he is actually, but he's not certainly not too old. He's been there for a long time though. At Coanda, over 10 years, and still clearly does a bit of driving, because he can't have just picked this car up and just gone this quickly with it without any practice, surely. Although maybe it's still just muscle memory that it's still in there for him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember listening to his name when I got into esports right at the very beginning. I mean, I'm talking about 2016, 17, and I've heard he's been there for a few years longer than that too. I think one of the OGs, wasn't he, Mac? Back in 14, the iRacing, in the World Championship days at the very beginning, when you used to have the single-seater ones. Oh God, he's seen everything. He's seen everything there is to see and do as well.
Yeah, such an experienced driver, Mac Backham. Although that's what he would call old, I suppose, judging by his Twitter feed. But never mind. That's I'm going to say experienced. Certainly a very useful ally to have in this Porsche Coanda SP10 effort this season. He is driving this season with, I think, well, it's supposed to be Tristan Iglesias and Antonio Cubina. We will see who gets alongside him this time round, because he actually isn't in my entry list at all. Clearly he is in a new entry list that I've not got at the moment. But yes, he is driving and starting that SP10 machine as we go up to SP3, on board with the Clio Cup battle for 9th place. It's going to be 3rd place at the moment. I need to update my timing screen. FK Motorsport versus Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing with the Don't Shop, the team we're currently on board with at the moment. This is not quite matching up with my timing screen, I must admit. So I'll look into that. But yes, this is a battle for 3rd place, and already look at the time gaps on the left-hand side. They are growing to share Esport out front.
This is what I love so much about the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. When we're done chatting about the penalties and the strategies and the chaos and the real-world drivers and everything around, we just get to sit down and focus on a couple of Clios battling each other at the Nürburgring. Is there anything cooler than that? Like, I think that's what the spirit of racing is all about, right? Just sit in a touring car, get your way in, the cheapest form of motorsport, and you can just go all out with each other. And these things are proper tanks. You can rub with them, you can just bash each other as well, and they will survive. And there's no need to sit on setups and variations for 8-10 hours at a go. You'll be okay. It's the driver ultimately that matters the most in this particular category, which is why I love it so much. And look at how leery the car gets at the rear end as we come towards the final couple of corners and towards the Clinus Carousel. it almost becomes a tricycle even. That's the beautiful part. A tricycle on a racetrack. It's phenomenal.
It's a great machine to have in this series, and as you say, a very bizarre one as well in so many ways. Front-wheel drive, the only front-wheel drive car in this field, and the rear wheels are basically there just to keep the car from scraping along the ground. It doesn't really do anything. As you say, you can really float the car in, slide the car in, but don't. I made this fatal mistake in front of somebody back when I was racing a long time ago. Never counter steer in a front wheel drive car if you're on the power at the same time. You will snap violently back the other way and likely crash into someone like I did. It's a very particular way of driving, and something very weird to get used to. When you start to slide, your first thought is, I better steer the other way. But actually, you've got to override your muscle memories, and you've got to sort of just floor it instead of actually counter steering. It's very weird to get used to.
That's what it's kind of inconsequential what you do. That it's disconcerting in a way, because in this category you've got to let the car do your thing. And it's weird, right? I find it amazing how you've got to let the car go. But hey, what's happening here though? In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class, there is a big change for the lead. Frozen Speed Grid and Go Racing, they've passed two cars. Both the Shared Esports cars have been passed in one go, and suddenly Frozen Speed are in the lead in a matter of half a lap. Things have changed big time here, and Apex Racing wanting to make a change and wanting to dent into Shared Esports category. Whoa, what's happening here?
This is remarkable. The top five all covered by a blanket towards turn one. Look at the Apex Racing team very nearly having a look down the inside there. They're not quite going to manage that. The 116 gets back to the lead. Sherry Esport, though, going to be split apart here in towards turn number 2. Remarkable stuff. Sherry down to 4th, but they still hold the lead at least as we're into SP3 traffic for the first time as well. Just in case you needed any more excitement here on the Grand Prix circuit, they're into the Clios, and this is the first chance maybe to start to split this group apart. It's a good run through there, through the right-hander for Raphael Renhofer. Edwin Garaika's got a big moment here. He's got to stay with the Share Esport car through this traffic. He's got to retain the slipstream.
And this is so crucial. If the 116 Share Esports gets any advantage, if they're able to break away, it's going to be so hard for the Frozen Speed car to catch up. Remember, they're just so quick. They've got so much experience. The winners of the last DNLS race were that number 116 car and the drivers inside as well. So it's crucial times for Frozen Speed. They did all the hard work. They were able to pass both the Share cars to get up in the lead. But as is the nature in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, one tiny error or one corner where everyone gets bunched up, and suddenly you could find all that hard work being put to waste. It's not exactly entirely wasted, because a big part of that mission would be to split up both the Shared Esports cars from 1 2, which has happened, but still, the big one, the 116, is yet to be overcome properly. Things are going to get spicy here in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy now.
They certainly are. We're in for a great race. Onto the hats and back. The Roland Alfredson, by the way, in the background, has just lost a bit of time there. 5th place. Needs to get back in the slipstream here. He's in danger of losing it. And Raphael Renhoff is in danger of getting away from the wall at the moment. Can't overstate how important this is for the race. Into Flugplatz. They get a little bit off the ground here, these Porsche Cup cars, of course. A little bit of a narrow line there from Renhofer means he'll lose a little bit of time. Just keep an eye on that gap on the left-hand side. We will monitor it for you as well as we go back to the SP9s. Look at this, Marler Racing Team and Williams Esports already back into the top 10. On board, in towards the carousel. And
it's going to be some recovery drive for them, right? Marler, Williams, both of them suffering a big penalty each for procedural errors at the start of the race. They rejoined in around P16, P17. To see them now at P9 and P10 respectively is a sign of good hope, and it shows just how fast they can be and just how much potential they have in this overall category. But come to think about this, that penalty hasn't quite been just a dent in this race. It's also a big dent in their championship hopes, because in the DNLS, you don't have 10, 15, 12, 9, 8 rounds. You only have 4. which means that if you have a bad performance here today, that could be a fourth of your entire championship going wrong in one go. That comeback better be good. But battle for P3 in the SP10 class. What's happening here, Ruben?
It's the Grid and Go car versus Sim RC. Quite recently, Sven Haase in the Grid and Go Aston got past Corentin Guinet, and now they are chasing together, if you like. It's actually a trio of pairs in the top 6 now. The Falcon Sim Racing team are being caught by the Apex Racing team, the first and second. Then it's Grid and Go and Sim RC. Then it's Jewel Esports Academy and Coanda, who you can see here. So it's, as I say, a trio of pairs in the top 6, with WSR 7th, as you can see in the background there. But a decent start to the SP10 race. I suspect they may only have 1 or 2 laps left of their stint here. They should be able to do 7 laps, but no more than that. And that's going to mean it's quite tight for them to make it on just 2 stops here today. We will see whether they do. They should make it, but it normally just gets quite tight, as it does for the SP9s as well, which we now go back to. This should be a pass for Marla Racing Team and Williams.
Both of them have got real-world drivers just about as comfortable in an esports rig as well. It's Phil Dennis for the Marla Racing Team and Sammy Matty Trogan for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams. The comeback better be good. Currently in P9 is the Marla Racing car. That could very well become P8 in a matter of seconds. Denez goes to the outside line. He will swoop around and take P8 for himself. So Marla Racing Team in 8th now. And the AMG team Williams Esports car also now on the outside line heading into Tiergarten. This could become P9 for them very quickly. And that's where we are. Our potential leaders drop back down to the midfield now, clawing their way up to get a good points haul. As it stands, they won't really be getting much. I mean, only a handful of points here and there. 1 point each for Marla and Williams as it stands, but that's not what you need when you're fighting for a championship like this. The next position, P7, that'll give them 2 points, and on and upwards they go from here on.
Yeah, it sounds bizarre, doesn't it, when you say they make an overtake to double their points tally, but actually it's only for 1 more point as they try and get 7th place here. That's going to be a bit annoying for Phil Denez when he gets to Finn Wilbus, if indeed he does, because he's got 10 seconds to the Hawk Racing team, who are having a much better time of things this time round. It went wrong before they even hit the brakes on the opening race of the season, as they crashed with number 44 Falcon. But yes, it is a much better time this time round. It's 7th place this time round for them. Meanwhile, still leading the race, BS Competition by 7 seconds at the very front of the field. There are, though, some pit stops being made already here. You will have seen MJ Downforce in the background coming into pit lane. They're clearly going for a 3-stop strategy, because there's no way they're going to make it on just 1 more stop from here with 17 laps remaining, according to the timing screen.
Yeah, no chance. No chance that's going to happen for them as well. So ideally, if you're looking at pit stop windows, what's the way out here? How do we go about things? Normally in the SP9s, you can do 7 or 8 laps. A majority of teams normally, they tend to prefer doing 7 laps in the first stint, because their real-world drivers or their real-life professionals are not as quick as their sim racing professionals here. Now, there's a reason behind that. That's not because they're slow. It's just a difference in experience on the platforms, and that is something that has to be accounted for. So many teams prefer their real-world drivers to only do 7 laps in the first stint, and then on we go with 8 laps, potentially sometimes 7, and then we go on and on in the later part of the race. Currently, we are on lap number 7, which means that some teams might just elect to come down for their first pit stop in the SP9 class. So keep an eye out on that. Teams like BS Competition, who have drivers like Nobby Kish, who are already good regardless of whether they're real world or sim, they might just end up staying out for longer. But I suppose we should focus on the Porsche Esports and George Trophy now, because Scherer Esports and their 117 car, they have made a bit of a comeback, and they are up a position ahead of the Apex Racing team. But Coanda battling in the background. So much happening here.
It is, yeah. Gabriel Solomon is on his way past Mark Bowser here, and he's banished it in the background at Scherer and Apex ahead of Ron Alfredson. So the front of the Porsche category has split. Somebody asking, by the way, in YouTube chat what PEETN class is, and if it's all Porsche class. It is indeed an all Porsche class. using the modern-day Porsche Cup car, which in my opinion is too quick, but that's besides the point. It is the all Porsche Cup class this time around. Somebody else asking whether the weather is dynamic. Well, yes, but it's not going to rain, in case that's what you're asking. The weather conditions are going to be about 71 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. I think it is 30s, somewhere in the 30s Celsius. Not that warm. It is only February after all. Humidity between 40 and 70%, etc. It's relatively low winds, but no chance of rain. Absolutely none. The weather is able to change, but it won't rain this time round. We're still yet to see rain in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, to my knowledge.
Well, if we're answering questions from the chat, somebody better put up a question asking who's going to win an SP10? Because that'll put both of us in a proper pickle, wouldn't it? Like, just look at the gaps there. Falcon Sim Racing, AMG Team Apex Racing, separated by just under 1/10, which sometimes can get up to 2/10 and here thereabouts. But it's amazing. It's amazing. 50 minutes into this race, and there's nothing to split them, and also nothing to split the leaders in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy car. And also now here, look at Apex Racing Team. They are now chasing the Scherer Esports 117 car. It's all so chaotic here because Apex lost that position on the last lap, somewhere around the Dottinger Her. Now have got a lot of work to do, and suddenly this one beautiful Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy pack, which we were saying is the best thing to happen in this category, right? 8 and 9 cars fighting for the lead. That's gone. That's completely split apart now. So there's two different packs. There's Scherer 116 in the lead, and the Frozen Speed GNG car in second. Then there's Apex Scherer 117 and Alone Fritzen Racing. Then there's Coanda Esports and Team Nitro, who are fighting for P6 and P7 respectively. So it's all a bit split up, it's all a bit opened up, but wait for the next 10 to 15 minutes because that's where things will change in every single class. SP9s will make their pit stop soon. The Porsche cars are coming around for the last couple of laps before they make their stops as well. And the GT4s will go longer, but yeah, the things will change big time as cars will make their way down pit road and get some fuel and tires potentially.
Yeah, not sure if it is going to be this time round for the SP10s or whether it will be next time, but they've only done 6 laps, or they will have only done 6 laps at the end of this lap. To continue on by taking comments from YouTube, and you're more than welcome to offer us your thoughts on the Nürburgring YouTube channel or the Nürburgring Langstrecken series YouTube channel, which we are broadcasting on this afternoon. Someone asking, how do we follow the series? Not really sure what you mean by that, but I guess the best way is to either subscribe to the Nürburgring YouTube channel or the Nürburgring Langstrecken series YouTube channel, and come back again, same time, same place in 2 weeks' time, because that's when round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series will be taking place every season for 6 seasons now, in between the end of the NLS series in real life and the start of the new series in NLS in real life. We've taken on the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series traditionally, as I say, for the last 6 seasons. We'll be taking our final race on the 8th of March, which I believe is 1 or 2 weekends before the first round of the NLS in real life. So make sure you join us for your winter fix of the Nürburgring. Great racing around here, even if as the famous saying goes, even if the cars aren't real, the racing certainly is. And that's what we're enjoying here this afternoon. 2 hours 5 to go in the second round of the series. This is the Goodrich 3-hour race, as the SP10s do, after just 6 laps, make their way into the pit lane. This is surprisingly early. Look at that, Peter Berryman. Oh, wow, nearly getting alongside Lucas Muller, and he realises there's not going to be space for 2. They both pull into the pit lane.
Wow, that got close, and there's barely anything to separate them, even still, as they head towards the pit lane. So only 6 laps. That's interesting to see in the SP10 category, where the leaders have been so close to each other for such a long time. I'm not sure if the other cars with them are going to jump as well, but that we should wait and see. And also expect the SP9s to come down on pit road this time out as well. So there will be action, there will be chopping and changing, and the face of this race will change a lot over the course of the next 5 to 6 odd minutes. So in the SP10s, it's Coanda Esports that have assumed the lead with SimRC currently in second, but even they have gone to the pits. Couldn't go to Your Esports Academy. I get a feeling everyone apart from Coanda Esports are in the pit lane in the SP10 class. Things are rapidly changing here.
Yeah, driver change for Lucas Muller. He's out. Benedict's Hits is in. Then John Aylen is replacing Max Scheider in that car. Who else is changing driver here? Niels Koch is, is replacing Thomas Boutelet. As here we go, SP9 pit stops are underway after only 7 laps. Even Norby Kish is in. These cars can do 8 laps, but the minimum requirement for the real-life driver is just 7, and so most of the drivers have decided to come in. Get ready for loads of driver changes in these next few moments. My timing screen's exploded because there's so many going on at the moment, but we'll update you on the way out of who is leading. In SP10, the Apex Racing car has got out ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team. Peter Berryman didn't have to do a driver change. I suppose that has contributed to a 5-second shorter pit stop, and so they're ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team, followed by SimRC, then gridandgo.com Esports, who are next. BS Competition, meanwhile, have made a short pit stop, just 12 seconds in the box for Norby Kish. They look like they're going to make 3 stops this afternoon. Apex Racing out behind them in 2nd and 3rd, nearly 20 seconds behind. Then it's MJ Downforce, then Veloce Thrustmaster, who's got Daniel Lafuente now into the car instead. This has changed dramatically. We'll update you on the orders a little bit later on when all these pit stops have filtered through. But Norby Kish only 12 seconds in the pit lane. That's a very short stop and no driver change.
And this is the impact of staying behind another car while you're in 2nd place in the opening stint. What Norby Kish basically did was just sit behind the number 20 Tour Esports car and save, and save even further. Imagine he's only taken a 12-second pit stop. Imagine how much fuel he must have saved in that first run by sitting behind the Tour Esports car, which is now recycled from P1 all the way back down to P17 after taking their 60-second stop and hold penalty. This was the smartest possible thing for the BS Competition team to do in the SP9 class, and they executed it to perfection. An 18.5-second gap between them and the AMG Team Apex Racing pair of Alas Separan and Gordon Much behind them in 2nd and 3rd. This is a good place to be. 19 seconds, and plus you've taken a short stop, which is only, what, a 12-second difference. So effectively, we're seeing like a 7-second realistic advantage countering the short pit stop between BS Competition and Team AMG Racing, Apex Racing right now. So a very, very strong position to be in for BS Competition, as there is change in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Alone Fritzen Racing getting 2 cars in 1 straight. That's phenomenal. They're up into P5 now.
Great job from them, as there's a change for the lead as well. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go and out the front ahead of Share Esport in 2nd. There goes Roland Alfredson, though, out in front. Now then, these cars can go 1 lap further, so they will go on again, and it will be comfortable for them to make it on 2 stops this afternoon. That will be good news for them. So, BS Competition lead at the very head of the race. Apex Racing Team 49 are in 2nd, ahead of Apex Racing Team number 50. MJ Downforce are 4th, ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster. Then it's Marlow Racing Team up to 6th already, ahead of MJ Downforce. Then Impulse Racing in 8th place, ahead of Hulk Racing Team. Williams Esports, Vasilis Palaziotis has gotten into that car. That rounds out the top 10 in that class. In SB10, we're still waiting for Coanda to come in, but other than that, we've seen the Apex Racing Team come out first, ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team, then SimRC, gridandgo.com Esports, WSR Esports, Bookkicker are just ahead of Nürburgring Esports and Door Esports Academy. That's the battle, 3-way battle going on for 6th place, ahead of X-Racer and BS Competition. It has all changed, especially in SB9, where we've seen such a varying level and length of pit stop.
Should we try to break it all down? Because there's so much to do here. Okay, I think we should do that. What's happened in SP9 is essentially BS Competition making great advantage of the fact that there was nobody else in their pack who did have a penalty. So they've stayed behind Tour Esports and saved a lot. So they've taken a shorter stop, which means they have a 19-second gap. So if you take away the disadvantage of the shorter stop, like the 12 seconds that they've gained as a result, effectively they have a 7-second advantage over the AMG Apex Racing team, who was 2nd and 3rd. That's a big difference. Even if BS Competition relax in this stint and don't push that hard, they have a big comfort zone that they can exercise and eventually come out in a very strong place, even if they don't push that hard in this stint. That's what's happened here. So P2 and P3 belongs to AMG Team Apex Racing comfortably. M&J Downforce have a good hold over P4, but Veloci Thrustmaster are now back up into P5. Behind them, there are some variations within the lead pack. So Mahler Racing Team are now up on merit into P6, even after taking the drive-through penalty. Their pace has been insane. They're the only team clocking in 7-minute 57-second lap times, along with the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Williams car, which is now in 10th. They've taken a slightly longer stop, so they're going to be pushing more in distance. So watch out for the Team Williams Esports number 5 car that is currently in 10th but could make their way up. That's the lay of the land in SP9's currently. So BS with the lead, AMG Team Apex Racing comfortably with 2nd and 3rd with a big gap between them and M&J Downforce, and comeback drive starting off for Mahler and Williams Esports. That wasn't complicated at all. No.
Just to remind you, by the way, of the rules, that you have to make 2 pit stops in this race over 30 seconds in length. So a lot of these teams have not even taken one of their mandatory stops yet. Veloci Thrustmaster have, Impulse Racing have, Hob Racing Team, Williams Esports, Liberty Esports, Nürburgring Esports, both cars, Lion GP, Halder Motorsport, Door Esports, obviously, because they had a penalty, Mulder Motorsport, Falcon Sim Racing Team all have, but the others have not. So that's the top 4 in this race, all still yet to make 2 pit stops of more than half a minute in length.
Yep, that's a very good point. And at some point they have to. So they've essentially kind of committed and boxed themselves into a 3-stop, haven't they? Which is only fair to do. It's just about now the variation of how they played out. Because if you've taken a shorter stop in the first stint, it means there's going to be a bit of saving in the middle one. And then you've got to figure out where you take that final stop in that race. And normally when you come to think about a 3-hour race, people tend to say, it's just 3 hours, 3 normal pit stops, you box at R1, R2, and then on and on you go. But it's not the case here, because there are many teams who've stuck out their neck and said, okay, we're going to do something different. We're going to upset the apple cart. We're going to go longer, or we're going to go shorter. And that then in turn impacts when they stop for the second time as well, which then impacts when they stop for the third time. So in a way, we're playing a gigantic game of catch the mole, and we're trying to hammer down as commentators what strategy is going to work out, where I think in all honesty, even the teams and drivers aren't 100% sure of how things work out. So we should just sit back, relax, watch it all unfold, and just try to tell you what exactly is going on, because trust me, a lot is happening in this race here.
It feels like we're the ones being whacked on the head with the mallet at the moment, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a headache. Oh, here we go. Oh, listen to that. Renhofer barely using any throttle on the way up towards the book curve there. He did not want to go through on frozen speed by Grid and Go. Now, I must admit, last time on the way towards the Tiergarten, I was very surprised about the willingness of Grid and Go to actually take the lead here, but Raphael Renhofer has just shown the exact opposite. He wants to stay behind. Instead of really pushing those two on, he wants to save fuel, as M&J Downforce, meanwhile, are straight into the back of number 50. Here is the battle for second place on your screen. Number 49 has gotten away for a bit from Gordy Much in number 50. And Jan-Philipp Springhoff is looking to push number 50 back into line.
That Mustang has caught up so quickly. And whenever you see a Ford Mustang in your mirrors, there's a good reason to be scared, be it in the real world or on a racetrack, especially when that Mustang is off the M&J Downforce team. What a drive it's been so far by Jan-Philipp Springhoff. Is there an opportunity to make a move heading down into turn number 1? I suppose they'd be a little bit far, but it's a good place to be, right? Attach yourself with the faster pack, and then make sure that you keep on going faster and faster and closing up to the leaders. So good to see here what's happening with the M&J Downforce team. And Mahler Racing team, their comeback keeps on getting stronger and stronger. They are now only a second and a half behind the 5th place Veloci Thrustmaster team. So happy days for Mahler, given the context that they found themselves in at the start of that race.
Yeah, they are not out of this at all. Absolutely not out of this at all, the Mahler Racing team. So watch out for them in the next round, or the next, I should say, 2 hours of this race. Let's say round of pit stops. We've just had one. Although I can't imagine Norby Kish is going to be able to go very much further than 2 laps, to be honest, on his fuel. 40 seconds of fuel will give you about 8 laps at most. What's that? 5 seconds of fuel is 1 lap then? I'd say probably 2 laps, maybe 3 for Norby Kish in that case. but probably 2 laps, to be honest with you, of fuel has been put on to that car, and we'll see what happens when he decides to come into the pit lane. But yeah, this is very interesting indeed as we go on board with one of the SP10s now, still leading this class, now having the Coanda car made its pit stop. Apex Racing Team are now out front by 8 seconds ahead of the Falcon Sim Racing Team, SimRC and Grid & Go. Then this is going on for 7th place. Sasha Engelhardt on the defensive from John Aylan.
As they now make their way towards the Nordschleife from the GP circuit. This is most fun part of the entire circuit. When you've come off the wide open GP circuit into the narrow and the daunting Nordschleife. It's going towards the Hatzenbach section on towards Flugplatz, where today we've actually seen a lot of the cars go flying up in the air. Like, I was surprised to see the SP9s do that too. It just gets me every single time, right? The sight of these heavy GT cars, complete with their wings, complete with all the sort of downforce kits that you want. But when you get to Flugplatz, they still go up in the air, and that's phenomenal.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Have a look. Yeah, just a hop. It is thankfully a lot safer of a corner these days than it used to be, but they still do get a little bit of a hop. Here is the SP3s. We haven't spoken about them very much, but there's been an interesting strategy from Scherer Esports, pit in after only 5 laps in this, or 6 laps I should say, and now they are in a bit of a group. This is why it's dangerous to pit early. They're in a bit of a group. This is the order as it stands. Similia Esports Entropy leading the way ahead of Adopt Don't Shop by 11 seconds. Ring Fizzer Sim Racing are in 3rd ahead of Sturb Korchem Racing, or AC Mayen I should say, in 4th place. Then you've got Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who have got further than they did at round 1, which is a good thing for them. Race Sim Zone, Eiffel Racing and Scherer Esports are the Renaults you're watching on your screen at the moment.
Lots and lots of gaps behind them though. Eiffel Racing by GTU find themselves in 7th, and the Scherer Esports SP3 team, things have gone awfully wrong for them. After winning the last race in this category, something's clearly up with them. They're nowhere. They're currently in P... my apologies actually. Wasn't it the 263 that won the last time, not the 269? So I'm getting confused somewhere slightly, but let's get back with more on how the 269 has eventually ended up having such a tumultuous race in P8.
Yeah, sorry, they've just stopped. That's why they've stopped a lap early compared to everybody else. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why, but that's why they're so far down. It looks bad for them at the moment. The rest of them, by the way, Homage Sim Racing Esports, Wolves Motorsport Sim Racing, V7 Racing, FK Motorsport, all down at the back. Unfortunately, FK Motorsport have been in the pit lane for over half an hour. They may not return. And unfortunately, V7 Racing were in for a 7-minute pit stop. But yeah, an early stop for Scherer. That's why they're 8th. They make their way now through the technical section at the end of that. Look at the flashing of the lights there. You can tell that this is slightly disrupting the race for Michael Tusch here in the 269. As we mentioned, they were the race winners in round 1. It's a different story, though, here so far in the second race. SP10 currently being led by the Apex Racing Team after the first pit stops of the afternoon. Then it is Falcon Sim Racing Team, who are in 2nd place, ahead of Corentin Guinet in 3rd, and then Sven Hasse, who is in 4th. This is that battle for 2nd place, by the way. In that group, it's a pretty exciting one as things stand. 5th place is currently being held by Coanda Esports. WSR Esports Bookkicker are just in behind them, with Nürburgring Esports and Door Esports Academy also in that group. It's an exciting battle going on for 5th place as well. Yeah, so far the Apex Racing Team have stolen a march on the rest. They're 9 seconds out front, but there's a very long way to go. And if round 1 taught us anything about SP10, is that the lead is going to change many more times.
A million more times. They're going to be swapping around right until the very end. It's kind of absurd to see a 9.5 second gap between any cars in the SP10 category, but given the context, it's only fair. So wait and watch to see how this race evolves. It's going to be tricky for all the other cars, like the Falcon Sim Racing Team and SimRC, to catch up, especially when they're just sort of locked in their own pack, and the AMG Team, Apex Racing Team are sort of on their own, and it helps out that they have the track position advantage as it stands, owing to a slightly shorter stop as well, mind you. That's why they gained 5 seconds. But still, a lot of time for Falcon Sim Racing and SimRC to gain here. And that gamble of the short stop might just pay off for AMG Team Apex Racing in the long run. We'll have to wait and see.
It might well do. Still a very long way to go in this race. There is the battle, by the way, for 6th place, or 5th place, as you call it, really. Coanda Esports are just ahead of these guys. There they are, the BMW, ahead of WSR and Nürburgring Esports, Door Esports Academy as well. A good battle going on here, but Coanda Esports at the moment half a minute away from the lead. Then X-Racer and BS Competition battling away for 9th place as well, with Team Huysingveld in 11th place, and the 169 Nürburgring Esports car was in for a very long time earlier on. They are still running, but they are all the way down in 12th, and they are a lap down on the rest of the field. While we've been going through this, by the way, the SB3 category now has been making its first pit stop of the day, and so that order will change. Similia Esports are now second again, as Share Esport rocket right the way to the top. Adopt Don't Shop back down to third, with the rest of the pit stops still ongoing, so we don't quite know where they'll come out. As there you go, Door Esports Academy through on the inside there into 7th place on the Nürburgring Esports car. A fairly good pass, but not necessarily nice from the Nürburgring Esports teammates. The SB9 got down the inside of their SB10 and caused them to lose a place.
Yeah, things can get rather chaotic here, the Nordschleife, over the course of a long race like this. So easy to just lose patience and sometimes composure and end up making small errors like this here and there. But the back is pretty close by. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, it's a great sight. The Alone Fritzen Racing, alone at the very top. They find themselves in P1 after having made a shorter stop compared to the rest of the cars in this class. Shera Esport 116 and 117 are pretty close behind. The 117 has gotten ahead of the Apex Racing team, but is still a long way off from their teammates who are 4 seconds ahead. Behind them, Apex Racing in 4th, Team Nitro X Falcon in P5, and Coanda Esports having a slightly, let's say, what's the right adjective to describe it? A slightly scruffy day in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category right here in P6. But still, lots to play for, lots of strategic variations, particularly what the Alone Fritzen team will do with Roland Alfredson, the man himself, now driving that car to the very end. Should be good.
Alone Fritzen Racing, by the way, is a team name that came about when he was doing, as you might suspect, lots of races on his own, which he's not allowed to do if he wants to be classified. I believe he's even done, I'm not sure if he's quite done 24-hour racing on his own, but he's certainly done a lot of racing on his own.
I've heard he has. Yeah, I've heard that story. I think Daytona or something, and they disqualified him.
Well, maybe Daytona. No, sorry, not Daytona. Maybe Nürburgring 24. I reckon maybe he did the Toyota GR86 category in the Nürburgring 24-hour race, 2024, maybe, and that's where the team name came from. I don't know. I would ask him, but obviously he's occupied at the moment. He is driving in the lead of this race, so I can't quite ask him for now. It very much seems, though, in this class at the moment, top 6 are the ones really in contention. Top 6 covered by 17 seconds, considering there's been such a difference in pit stop strategy. That is quite remarkable.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part. I think these gaps should come down even closer by the time we come to the end of the race. It's just so hard to tell how that'll happen, right? And how the shortest stops or most saving will ultimately impact where people stop and how they come out towards the final part of this race. But it's a beautiful thing to wait and watch, which is what we are going to do all together in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. But in the AM category, Avia WNS Motorsport having a firm advantage over all other AM cars. The Halder Motorsport team over 10 seconds behind. In fact, 12 seconds is the gap, if I can calculate it correctly and I can do justice to my sort of average math. So here we are then. It's an interesting top 3 with Avia WNS in P1, Halder Motorsport in 2nd, and Austrian Sim Racers DNLS in 3rd in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category. But the gaps are so wide open, to the point that the Avia team are closer to a Pro car they are to another AM car, which is beautiful in my opinion. And I think that's what the spirit of Pro and AM racing is all about. The AMs eventually becoming so fast that they sort of end up mixing in with the pros and saying, well, we're not amateurs anymore. We're right on your level.
Yeah, it's absolutely. So that lead is going to change again, I would suspect, in AM. It was such a topsy-turvy opening round that it is likely to happen again. Team Sorg Rennsport were leading earlier, by the way, but they've just had a 1 minute and a half pit stop. 1:35 in the box. That's way too long, I'm afraid, for them. And so they have dropped to the very back. In SB9, AMG Team Apex Racing are leading the way. 1 and 2 now, because Norby Kish has made his pit stop for BS competition. That car now is being driven by Felix Quernbach. That is the first of their 2 mandatory stops. They'll make another stop over 30 seconds a little bit later on in the day. Into third is M&J Downforce 2, number 22 that is. Marla Racing Team already recovered back to 4th. What a recovery for them after their drive-through penalty earlier on for the start infringement. Veloce Thrustmaster currently 5th, ahead of the other M&J Downforce car. Hope Racing Team and Impulse Racing rounding out the top 8 right now. The top 3, though, nose to tail as things stand, and we're now in the state of the race where we've got no idea who's really leading, because the previous leaders are back here, just behind these guys in this battle. And what a battle it is. 4th, 6th place, side by side between the Mustangs in towards Bergberg.
This is more like it. What a battle we're seeing in the SP9 category. Both the Mustangs, the Harp Racing Team car and the number 4, up against the number 11, the MJ Downforce car behind them, and a couple of other cars as well. The Ferraris there, the Mercedes also right in the mix. Chaos and Williams Esports in this whole pack, trying to get ahead and trying to make sure that they can get ahead and get up into P6, given the nature of how topsy-turvy their race has been so far. But they'll have to go through 2 Mustangs first, and 2 very determined and very big Mustangs first to get past. And here's the first one. The attempt is made by Vasilios Belitsios, but again, good driving and good blocking by Marek Bachmann.
Oh, this Clio is about to have a very nasty time, I'm afraid. Into the carousel. There you go. They all just about get through. And the Clio, I guess, lifts off just to make sure it can get into the carousel properly. So Impulse Racing are down to 9th behind Williams. Then it's Liberty Esport in the Porsche. You might have just been able to catch a glimpse of in the background there in the Porsche. They're just ahead of BS Competition, who need to make that pass quite quickly if they want to be contenders for this race win. Then it's Nürburgring Esports, who are 12th, ahead of their teammates. Line GP are 14th, with the first car over a minute off the lead, being Halda Motorsport. They're 15th, ahead of Tour Esports. And I'm very interested to find out where the number 20 can get to at the end of this race, because they're clearly quick, but they've had a minute stop-go penalty, which is going to hold them back for obvious reasons.
Yeah, they're actually very, very fast. In the opening stint, them and the number 1 BS competition team were able to pull off quite a gap to all the other cars in this category. It's just that this penalty has come in and really spilled water over all the efforts that they've done. And this is something that they knew would be coming all the way, since they did not have a real-world driver. And I wonder, right, will there be lots of regrets for the Door Esports camp at the end of the season? Because look at the lineups that they've got. Look at the pace they've got as well. In the last round, they had Mirko Bertolotti in that car, and they had penalty after penalty after penalty. Something went wrong. I think some technical issues, some infringements with the procedures as well, a couple of crashes if I'm not mistaken. There's lots of stuff going on there. Follow that up with an incredible performance in qualifying, and then them leading the race on merit, only to have it all taken away by a penalty. This could well have been a championship winning team, given the pace and potential it has. Just 1 or 2 incidents here and there at crucial times can completely suck away all momentum that you've got and make a potential championship winning team someone who's just struggling in the midfield, which the results table will never really tell you that. You're just going to watch the race to understand what the true story of it is.
There's the 3 leaders, by the way, just staying in line. They know that pace is more important than position at this stage in the race. Yeah, it's a shame for Door Esports. I was just trying to find out where Mirko Bertolotti is this weekend. I don't think he's racing at Bathurst, though. So I don't know. But anyway, he might be doing something else. He is meant to be the real-life driver for Door Esports. That's what they've got their penalty for, a stop and hold 60. earlier on in the day. So just under 100 minutes to go here in the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2024-25. This is the Goodrich 3-hour race on the either Nürburgring YouTube channel or Nürburgring Langstrecken Series YouTube channel. You're very welcome. Good to have you with us this afternoon. The first day of February 2025. We'll be back again in a fortnight's time, same place, for round 3. So we get to the halfway mark of the season after this round. Can you believe that? 12 hours of racing, 6 hours of it will be completed after this. And right now, I just do not know what this race is going to bring for the remainder. Either at the end of this lap or at the end of the next one, we're going to see the top 4 all having to make another pit stop already.
Yeah, and that's the kicker. It's all so confusing. We're also confused about where BS Competition are as well, right? Because they stopped just a lap ago. They made their second pit stop very early, just after a couple of laps of making their first one. And they're very, very offset. Remember, they had a big advantage going into this pit window. So although they stand at P11 as of now, and they only have a couple of seconds to the next car ahead of them, Liberty Esports in P10, we can't really tell where they effectively are going to cycle out. And we can't really tell how much time Apex Racing are going to gain just by having all the clear air in front of them. So it's so confusing. In the SP9, it's all up in the air. It's all so volatile. And I'm not sure the teams and drivers know too. So the calculations and the notebooks and all the brain power that they can use to make sure that they have a clear idea of what's going on, that'll be done in the background for all the racing teams. But as spectators, it's all about sitting back, relaxing, trying to figure out what they're doing and enjoying how the outcome will pan out. Because as it stands, I'm pretty sure, I think we could see either of Apex, any of those two cars, or even MJ Downforce 2, considering how close they are, and even Male if they're close enough, quick enough, and even the BS Competition car that we're now seeing in 11th have a realistic shot for the win. We just don't know who's going to be the overall winner.
And BS Competition, by the way, is stuck behind Liberty Esports at the moment, so that's really holding them back. We'll try and get a view on them a little bit later on, but this is SB10, where the Apex Racing team are leading here as well. 7.5 seconds ahead of Sven Haase, who's at the head of this group. And Falcon Sim Racing team, what a change of fortunes for them. Leading fairly comfortably after the first couple of laps of this race. Now, all of a sudden, they are 4th place, and they look like they're struggling to hang on. So Sim I'll see in gridandgo.com in this little group. Goes one of the SP9s through on the outside. Nürburgring Esports GT3 a little bit further down, so most of the SP9s have got through now on these SP10s, but the problem is for these guys, the SP9s keep pitting and keep coming out back behind them again, and so they have to come and overtake them all over again as well. This is the big battle, and this is something that could be having a defining standpoint on this race. Liberty Esports excuse me, last time round, 8-minute lap time. That was 3 seconds slower than Marla Racing Team, over a second slower than the group at the front, head by Apex Racing Team. And have a look at this now. Kronbach is flashing the lights. He knows how important this is. Down the inside into Meskersfeld. He's only just alongside. Into the left-hander. Oh, Liberty Esports go wide, sliding. They're going to be just about stopping in time. Wow, that was close. Felix Kronbach gets through on the inside line in towards Meskersfeld, but it wasn't by much. What an important pass to make for the Mercedes team. It may be a little bit behind schedule, to be honest. But, goodness me, that was very, very close indeed between BS Competition and Liberty Esports. And I can tell you, by the way, BS Competition are now being investigated for a technicality, I would call it. Something to do with the Zoom call, which is how we're viewing these drivers' point of views. I'm not really sure what the actual ruling they've infringed on is, but anyway, they're up to 10th place on the racetrack for now, at least.
The description of this is very interesting. What they're being investigated for, and how Liberty Esports have reported this, is Zoom and muted and screaming in the ... ellipsis. So, screaming in the what? I get a feeling what's happening here is the BS competition team have actually logged on to Zoom, which they are supposed to do as drivers to showcase their point of view, to make sure that everything is transparent. And in that video call, I think they've forgotten to mute their mic, which is weird. So that's and I wonder what sort of chatting might be happening in the background. If anything, it's kind of a disadvantage, right? Because any conversations with your race engineers or with your teammates, that's all made public, especially when you're the leading car. So I'm not sure if it's a disadvantage to BS competition or not. Whatever it is, it's an inconvenience to other people, and they just don't tolerate that, which is why they are being investigated, and we shall find out the outcome of that. I'll be honest though, if this was India, people just would have kicked them out of the call anyway. Like, we just do that stuff all the time here. Public nuisance is our forte. But BS competition, under some dark clouds for keeping their mic open on a video call. Well, I never thought I'd say this.
I'm not sure if that is what the rest of that sentence says. I wonder whether that's screaming in the sim. Because
screaming in the sim?
Maybe. I can't read the rest of that because, like, for me, it's also cut off. We can't, obviously, that's just to make sure we can't edit the sheet, of course, which we're obviously not allowed to do. We are not race control, but we're just looking at it. I mean, it is very bizarre. As I say, I described it as a technicality because I don't really know what else to call it. This is Jan-Philipp Springop, 24-year-old now, driving in third place, I should say, for M&J Downforce in the Ford Mustang. He's in behind one of these Apex Racing Team Mercedes, who he's just having to push into line each time they go onto the back straight. He just seems to be losing a bit of time compared to the 49. Jan-Philipp Springop is there just to push him back towards his teammate. They might, though, be coming in this time round. Let's see.
On the Dottinger Herb, Jan-Philipp Springop with no real pressure to try and get ahead of the AMG Team Apex Racing car. As it stands, being in the draft in the slipstream is good enough. Remember, it's a 3-hour race and we're at the halfway mark now, with an hour and 30 odd minutes left to go. But the M&J Downforce team says if there's a time to go for it, the time is now. The Ford Mustang moves up into second place. And Jan-Philipp Springop, what a day it's been for him so far. Gaining so many positions, splitting up both of the Apex Racing cars. And now, as they make a run for the pit lane, he finds himself in second place. But this will be the moment of truth, Ewan, because we have seen the BS competition #1 car already make that pit stop a couple of laps ago. Now we shall find out where this leading pack cycles out relative to them. Because from what I see, AMG Team Apex are pitting, M&J Downforce are pitting, and Mahler Racing with Phil Denez are also in the box. Clearly, BS competition and all the cars ahead of them will stay out, and that'll give us a good insight as to where they eventually cycle out. Can BS competition come back out in the effective lead of this? Now is the time we find the answers to those big questions.
Yeah, driver change is being made here. Jan-Philipp Springop is being replaced by Jonas Gundert. Salva Talens gets in for Elias Sepinen, and Rainer Tauvar is replacing Phil Denez. Gordy Much is carrying on, though, so that's a surprise somewhat in number 50, but he seems to be carrying on. All of them in the low 30s as far as pit stops go, and they will be again low 30s in terms of seconds for their next pit stops as well. But they are out about 15 seconds behind BS competition. Now, that's a long way, I'm not disputing that, but it is quite a bit closer than what it was before. Before the pit stops, it was 20 seconds. Yeah. So they've gained just a little bit there.
Yep, exactly. And that's the advantage of having clear air. I think the Apex Racing team, both of their cars, they were able to use that clean air, push a little bit harder, make sure that they were able to take off all the lap times. And in the meantime, we saw that BS competition car stuck behind a couple of cars, particularly the Liberty Esports number 24. And that, I suppose, is where they have lost a bit of their advantage. They're still in a very good space, though. They still have quite a big advantage over all of their major race-winning rivals. But as it stands, there are cars who have stayed out and have upset the pit window. So Veloci Trustmaster, they are in first, but they haven't made that second pit stop. Mercedes AMG Esports team, Williams Esports, they are in second. And
oh, here we go. Side by side into turn 1. Dory Sports Academy versus Coanda. And that is a good pass for John Aylen, who is past Mac Backham. Konstantin Stolzenberg is the one who is just up ahead here. The WSR Esports bookkicker Aston Martin. So this is the battle for 5th place at the moment in SB10. As we cross over the halfway mark in this race, you're watching the Goodrich 3-hour race from the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. This is round 2. We are into the final or second half of the race, and final half, just under an hour and a half to go. Still, so much to pan out here at this round of the championship. Still so early on in the season, of course, as well. Only one round down so far, and only 2 teams were able to take victories over the course of the 4 classes. The Apex Racing team and Share Esports sharing 2 wins together. Well, Share Esports right now are still leading the SP3 category. The gap now over 10 seconds for the first time in a while. Apex are leading in SP10 as well, but it's different in SP9. Veloce Thrustmaster, a guest team, are leading at the moment in SP9, with Alonfredson suddenly losing the lead in the Porsche Cup class. Roland Alfredson has just been overtaken by Raphael Renhofer for the lead in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring.
I get a feeling it's a matter of pace here, because Alonfredson Racing, they were comfortably sort of in the top 5, somewhere around that margin at the start of the race, and they were able to catch up in amazing fashion, getting past Apex Racing, getting past both of the Scherer Esports cars. But a big part of why they had that advantage was a shorter pit stop. They had a 29-second pit stop. The others had a 36 or a 37-second stop. That gave them a big chunk at the lead, and as a result, they've had to save a bit in this stint. And saving means you go slower, and being slower means there's a good chance you get past as well. So that's exactly what happened for Alonfredson Racing. They find themselves in second, and Scherer 116 very firmly in control.
Yeah, battle for second for now. Williams versus Hub Racing Team. Vasilis Batsiotis versus David Boschke. Now Grid and Go driver after leaving Simify Esports. Now in the Mustang as well. I've not seen him drive the Mustang for a while. He'll, I'm sure, have been practicing. This is going to be interesting for these 2 big teams because they took such long stops first time round, nearly 40 seconds in the box. So surely, by my reckoning, they've got some shorter stops yet to come.
Yep, that's going to be the case. Once you go for a longer stop, eventually later on, you can save a little bit of fuel in that run and go for a shorter pit stop. Essentially, it's so hard to tell, right, what the teams and drivers are doing in the car, because we don't have access to their telemetry and their live data. So it's hard to tell when they're saving or when they're attacking. It's only at the end of a stint when you find out what the drivers have done and just how much they've saved or how much they've attacked by the length of their pit stops. It's a combination of the 2. You can't be full saving at all points because you end up losing out on so much of time. But you can't also be on complete attack all the time, because then you'll have to spend a lot more time in the pit lane. So it's this fine balancing act, and also a matter of knowing when to save and knowing when to attack. A lot of teams and drivers, when they're planning out their strategies, say, oh, theoretically, I could start saving from the first stint. And that means saving from the first lap, and eventually that'll mean that I go for a shorter pit stop when the others are going 10-15 seconds longer. But in that crucial first couple of laps, when track position is vital, imagine if you're saving. Imagine if you go from P4, I don't know, back down to P12 or something. You're suddenly caught off guard and you're split up from the leading pack, which perhaps is what all you need to stay in the hunt for the race win. And these are things all the teams and drivers and the strategists sitting behind will have to keep in mind as we see the number 4 go slightly off. That's the Hub Racing team by G&G. And towards the latter part of the circuit, coming towards the PLFSs slightly as well. What a race it's been so far. 1 hour and 25 minutes left to go in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. The lead in the SP9 category currently belonging to Veloce Thrustmaster Daniel Lafuente, artificially, dare I say, being the leader of this class. But yeah, eventually I think the battle will cycle around between the BS competition team and the AMG team Apex Racing cars, both of which are respectively in P5 and P7 and 8 respectively. That is a little hard to tell because ahead of them, even, we've got Impulse, Haupt, Williams, Veloce, and there's also Liberty Esports in the mix. So for any layman coming in and trying to understand the timing screen picture in the SP9 class, it's slightly confusing, right? But there's lots of method to this madness as well, clearly.
Yeah, it is difficult. It's the stage in the race now where it is very difficult to tell. For the first part of the race, for the first hour, it was pretty easy. There was no pit stops made. Everybody was where they were. I mean, Esports, to be fair, had a penalty hanging over them that had to be served and dropped them back a little bit earlier on. However, that is now out the way. It's now pit stops that are really disrupting us. In SP10, we have still got Apex leading the way. This is still the battle for 5th place. On board here with Mac Backham. And there he is, the Big Mac himself. Looks relatively relaxed. Now through the fast right-hander over the rise there at Flanscotton. Through this blind left-hander to come here. No bollard there like there is sometimes in real life to tell you where the corner is. You've got to work it out for yourself. Through the Stefan Belafes. Short bit of lifting off there, but nothing more than normal. Backham looks to maybe save those few millilitres of fuel that can vault you up the timing screens by the end of a pit stop, especially in a category where the strategy is so uniform like SP10. Now through Gavinkopf and the final corner before the Dottingerhoe itself. He's just a little bit of that grass on the left-hand side, almost just a bit of an exit curb to help you run onto the long straight. Backham takes a drink. Well, the great advantage of this circuit, you can just reach down to the left, take a bit of a drink, continue on with your day, feel out the neck muscles, wipe your face, take an itch, and now get back on with it again. Under the Bilstein Bridge, here comes Esports Academy. Through on the right-hand side, Stotzenberg can't do anything to hold them back, and that is a very amicable change for 5th place.
Nice and calm in the SP10 category currently for Coanda Esports. And things are going to get trickier from here on. I think we are seeing our former leader in the SP10 class come into the pit lane. Aaron Vasquez, for the number 190 AMG Team Apex Racing Mercedes, has made a pit stop. So he's gone from P1 to provisionally P8 or P7. Somewhere around that is where he will recycle. And he's taking a full service, from what I can tell, a proper 46.5 second pit stop. So it's all fresh for AMG Team Apex Racing now. They're fully fueled up. They're ready to go for this one last stint. And I wonder how hard he'll attack from here, because he really has to now. Being in P9, by being the former leader, right? There's a lot of work to do for Aaron Vasquez now. And yes, a lot of cars in front of him have to stop. That includes most of your leading pack. But still, there are other cars like BS Competition and the X-Racer team that Aaron Vasquez and the Apex Racing team have to get rid of in the next hour and 20 minutes. So the hard work begins now for them.
Yep. It certainly does. Also a change, by the way, the overall lead. Veloce Thrustmaster got their lap in the lead. Now they've pitted in and dropped down towards the back. They're behind M&J Downforce. Let's have a look at the Porsche Cup category. This is for the lead. Alonfredson versus Scherer Esports. And Scherer managed to get back in front. Raphael Renhofer just a few seconds, 6 seconds ahead of Julian Raymer, who's in the other Scherer Esports car. But Roland Alfredson is doing such a great job. He has had his shorter pit stop first of all, though, and that isn't great news. If someone has caught you up who's had a longer stop, it's never great news because it means you'll have to take a longer one later. But he's going for the battle regardless at the moment. Down in towards turn one. This is for the lead in the category with 80 minutes remaining. Goes for the cutback. That's a nice line through turn 1 for Alfredson. He's on the outside line now for turn 2. Here he goes. It's a long way round here, but he needs to stay there for turn 4. There's a Clio there, though. And Alfredson's not going to be able to do it. The 277 running its race prevents him from making that move.
The perils of lap traffic. That's the reason why Lone Fritson Racing has to wait for a couple of more corners to try and bounce on that leading car in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. It's the number 116 Scherer Esports car. And I think they've just broken away. They found that small gap and that small margin. And I don't think they can be attacked for a very long time now, because in a couple of corners, these cars will take a sharp turn left and go to the Nordschleife, where your real overtaking opportunities don't come for, almost half the circuit now. So it's going to be plain sailing for a little bit for the Scherer Esports 116. But they have to be mindful and they have to be on their tippy tender toes, because if they make even the slightest of errors, there's a giant white 992 Cup car in their mirrors, and Lone Fritson Racing will be right there to snatch the lead of this Cup car category from them. But more action otherwise in the SP9 category. The Mercedes-AMG Esports team Williams are in the lead of this race. And it's hard to tell, because this is the very same team that was taking a drive-through penalty just an hour ago. They fell back down to P17. They've climbed up a lot since then, and yes, they're coming towards the end of their stint and are just one lap away from making their third pit stop. But even then, they are setting the pace, they are controlling stuff, and it's just sort of a very comfortable place for them to be in. There's a 24-second gap between them and BS competition. It's pretty decent, actually. From what I can tell, they'll cycle out somewhere around P8, P9 if they make that stop.
Yep. It's going well, yep. That's about where they were before the pit stops, by the way. They've recovered quite well. I'm sort of using Marler Racing Team as a bit of a marker for them. Should be about 8th, then, in that case. Brenda Tauval's about 8th. So, yeah, but, I mean, it is a remarkable recovery from Williams. There's no doubt about that. They had a quite quiet race, to be honest, at the opening round, but they managed to finish 3rd. It's probably the best way to do it. If you're getting podiums with barely ever getting on camera, it's probably a good thing, really. You staying out of trouble, staying out of incidents, and they managed to get a podium. I can't imagine they'll be on the podium this time, but not willing to count anything out just for the moment. Marler Racing Team are now ahead of M&J Downforce, by the way, in 8th place. That was 3rd earlier on. It's not going to be 3rd later because BS Competition are ahead of them, and it gets all very confusing. But effectively, they are moving on up, and Ranger Tauval's catching the 2 Apex cars. Not counting out Marler or Williams from maybe getting a podium in this race, but maybe it's only going to be a 3rd place or so.
Yeah, keep an eye out on the timing screens if you can potentially get them. We've all posted a link to them in the chat. Make sure you have them open in your phone or on your tablet or on your laptop or wherever, because you want to be seeing the lap times that the Marler Racing Team do on their next lap. They've just come out from a pit stop. An 8-minute 47 for them the last time out, but this one will be the critical one. They need to be lapping somewhere in the low 7-minute 50s, somewhere around a 56 or a 55 to make sure that they can close up, because as it stands, P8 isn't the perfect recovery drive for them, but they want more and they need proper good pace for that. That's what we're getting to see with Ryan Talva behind the wheel and the 2 cars ahead of them. Familiar faces, mind you, the number 49 and number 50. Both the AMG Team Apex Racing cars. Salva Talents and Gordon Much are now behind the wheel of both of them respectively. And as it stands, they would probably be 2nd and 3rd overall. Which would mean Marler's 4th overall. I mean, provisionally, right? That's... Yeah. Wow! I mean, doing that from a drive-through penalty is insane. And the fact that they're not far behind the Apex cars and they could very well make that a 2nd overall provisionally is just baffling. They have been consistently lighting up the timing screens, and when they go past Tiergarten and into the GP circuit to cross the finish line one more time, we'll find out just how quick Ryan Talva has been in his very first lap in this car.
In case you're wondering, by the way, Ryan Talva is Estonian, by the way. In case you're wondering why he didn't start the race at what was about 2 p.m. his time over in Estonia, where I believe he is at the moment, instead making Phil Denez start at about 4:30 his time, or whatever it was in LA at the time. It's because the real-life driver and the qualifying driver has to start and the real life driver has to qualify. So you sort of have to do it that way round. If you were running this race without that rule, you'd never run these two drivers that way round, because that would be absolutely madness. But your hand is very much forced in this series as far as who you can put in when, and that means that Reiner Tauvaart has to be in the car second of all, and now he is putting in the work, just coming to 4 o'clock in Estonia, I believe, at the moment, and he's doing a very good job, just sat behind the Apex Racing team. He's done the catching. Now he's got to do the fuel saving behind them, in my mind, but maybe he won't do that. Maybe he'll just try and go straight past them.
That could well be a prospect, you know. He's actually gone all out the entire race. Might as well carry on that momentum and make sure that the P7 eventually ends up becoming a P5. It's doable. It's genuinely doable, and the lap times are astounding. On the last lap, Reiner Tauvaart was roughly 2 seconds faster than both the AMG Apex Racing Team cars ahead of him. Naturally, he'll have to fuel save a little bit more on this lap, but even then, 2 seconds faster than both the Apex Racing cars. Mahler have been on fire today with their lap times. It's just that drive-through penalty, a very, what's even the right word to describe it? It's a very trivial or a frivolous drive-through penalty that they got by just exceeding the speed limit at the start of this race, even before the green flag was dropped. And that's put them down in this position. I can genuinely say, with a hand on my heart, they would have won this race had it not been for that. They could well do that, you know. But on the other hand, PS Competition and Felix Squirmback, they've clocked in a 7-minute 54.802. For context, people around are doing 7-minute 55s, 757s, 756s. Only Mahler, only BS Competition and Williams are clocking in lap times that are that quick. Felix Squirmback, Vasilis Benitsios, everyone, they're just all responding to all the pressure that Mahler and Apex Racing are putting on them and delivering in style. This SP9 battle, it's up in the air, it's up for grabs. Anyone could have it. But while that's the serious stuff, we can sit back and relax and maybe enjoy the more chill stuff. SP3s and the Clios. Did you ever think, Ewan, that we'd be commentating on Clios in iRacing, especially in a race as prestigious as this? I never thought so, honestly.
I was a little bit surprised to see it added to the service as well, but it's a perfect car for this kind of series. Absolutely perfect. The sort of, I think the slower sort of touring car, almost production-based car models are exactly what this race is about. This series, I should say, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series in real life, and therefore the digital version as well. But the Nürburgring 24 hours too. You know, it's absolutely fantastic to have this car on the field. Currently watching Nadia Brulissa at the wheel of the Race Sim Zone car. I initially thought it was a motion rig. I think it's just a very shaky camera, isn't it? But that's fine. Helps to give the impression of speed as we battle away for 8th place. Some news, by the way, from the Clio Cup class, or as we should call SP3, because we've got a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid, for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. They did an unsafe rejoin in front of the Apex Racing Team Porsche Cup car, and Lewis Belecki is now down to 7th place. I suspect partly as a result of that, that has given Thomas Enger Sim Racing a drive-through penalty. They are currently running in 7th place, but at least they're in the race, unlike last time. They will drop behind these two with that drive-through penalty when they decide to serve it.
Man, the teams here are relentless. So there were 2 investigations logged on to the 278 Thomas Enger Sim Racing team. Only one of them has resulted in a drive-through penalty. The other one was with no further action. But I'm not saying it's spite. It's just a great commitment to making sure that the racing is balanced and is totally even. But teams will report 2 incidents if they see 2 incidents. Not like they'll let them go with just one. Like, okay, you beat us twice, we'll report 1 and just let it go. If you've beaten us twice, we'll report you twice. I love that. I love how every single team and driver is committed to fairness in every way possible here. Nobody wants to give anyone an inch, even if it's drivers and teams from across categories, where it just makes no advantage to them to support the other team. But we want fairness, we want a great championship, which is what exactly we have on hand with the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And that's why I think this championship is so prestigious. That's why people want to race in this. That's why people queue up to sort of join this championship, because of the officiating. It's all so clean, all very transparent, very clear. The racing's phenomenal. The teams and drivers are of a very high quality. Cars are immensely fun. And the level of preparation that every team and driver puts forward to this is just immense. So nobody wants to joke around a bit. Everyone wants to seriously go and have a good race. And if in the middle we can have some fun, sure, why not? But yeah, this sort of a race in iRacing, I think we all relish that. Look at this side though, dude. The RPM just stuck at 6,000. I find it funny. It's hilarious watching the Clios down the Tottinger.
Only just over 200 k's an hour as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Not particularly fast in a straight line. Not even touching 140 miles an hour there. Or barely touching 140 miles an hour if they do get to it. So it's...
If I can jump in there even. Imagine 200 kilometers per hour in a Clio in real life though. You would be scared to bits.
Oh, of course. Yeah. No, you're not wrong about that, that's for sure. It is a scary prospect in real life. It's pretty slow for sim racing. Here is Mark Balzer in 5th place. There's just been some change of position down here in the Porsche Cup class, or some closing of the gaps, I should say. Gabriel Solomon just ahead of Balzer here, and just behind them on the circuit is Gunnarsson Tastelen in the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go-Kart. I suspect the car that was right behind them when we joined there is not on their lap, though, because he doesn't seem to be particularly concerned about it, and he doesn't have anyone behind him as far as the timing screen is concerned. In SP10, there have been some more pit stops. Sim RC are now leading the way after Apex Racing had a 46-second pit stop. That's quite long, and that has allowed Aaron Vasquez to get into that machine. He's in behind Lucas Muller, with Gabriel Streitmatter just in behind, and the Falcon Sim Racing team just up in front. So it's all change in this class, with SimRC now leading the way. But there will be more changes before the end, that is for certain.
And they're all slightly offset. AMG Team Apex Racing, the number 190 in the SP10 class with Aaron Vasquez, they're the ones who've gone longer on fuel, which means they're going to be pushing a lot more than any other car in front of them. On the other hand, Falcon Sim Racing team, they've just stopped in on this lap. Shorter stop, 38 seconds, which means they don't have enough fuel. Don't have the same amount of fuel, which means maybe, I'm speculating, this could well be wrong, but maybe they have to save a little bit more. Maybe they've already accounted for that in the first part of the race. We don't know. It's all up in the air. There is no clue about what each team and each driver has done in terms of their fuel management. What we do know is that the AMG Team Apex Racing car needs to get a move on if they want to win this race, because they're so close and they're so tied up with that Falcon Sim Racing team in P4 right now. But that's not where they want to be. They want to be right at the very top, and they can be at the very top. Sim RC will eventually cycle out as your leaders with BS competition, and the Coanda Esports car will box very, very shortly. But then it's all on merit, right? That'll be Sim RC, Falcon, and AMG Team Apex, all bunched up within, I don't know, 3-4 seconds of each other. And Apex will have to be on the attack, same as Falcon. And then Sim RC will be on the defensive. And they've taken the shortest pit stop of the entire lot, although not by a big margin, but yes, they have. So that final R in the SP10 category is going to be full of chaos. We know broadly who's going to be on the podium, but in what order are they finishing? Remember, in the SP10 class in the last race, the AMG Team Apex Racing car passed both the cars in the top two on the last lap to go from P3 to P1. It's all up in the air. It's all possible. Just do not place a bet on anyone right now. And if you want to, go ahead and do that. There's a good chance you might just end up losing your money, but who am I to say anything?
Yeah, it's so unpredictable as of right now, as is SP9. This is now the battle for second place. So, BS Competition are coming up to the end of their 6th lap on this stint. I reckon they'll do one more. These guys will then do 3 more after this one. And in what order are they even going to be when they get to that stage? Because Brendan Talvar's looking quick right now. He's taken a lap to get past Gordy Much. I suspect it will take him another lap to get past Salva Challenge, but what's going to happen after that? Does he then get on the chase to BS Competition? The pit stops, by the way, for these guys will be about 10 seconds shorter, so that while the gap is 20 seconds to the lead right now, I suspect that could be halved in the pit stops.
Yep, that's a genuine possibility. And you might just end up seeing a couple of teams take shorter pit stops at the very end. Because if I remember correctly, I think Apex have gone for full-size stops every single time. I don't think they've actually gone for a shorter one yet. So maybe this could be the time where they do that and eventually end up catching up to BS Competition, who, remember, had only a 12-second stop at the start of this race, at the very beginning when they made their first run. So it's all up in the air. We don't really know what the realistic gap is. I think though BS Competition might still have the lead at the end, just with a much shorter margin that they have right now.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think that would be correct. Williams, by the way, are back out in 8th place. Samuel Trogan's back in the car again, just in behind David Boska, who stayed in that car, the Hub Racing by Grin and Go machine. That's the battle for 7th place. So for 2 and 1 points respectively, but they're over 3/4 of a minute off of the lead right now. That is quite some margin back to them. M&J Downforce and Veloce Thrustmaster are in between those two groups, very much on their own, but it's absolutely fascinating. 10 teams, top 10 teams, separated by less than a minute after nearly 2 hours of racing around this exceptionally difficult circuit. Let's go back to the Porsche Cup Clash because it is getting interesting. Roland Alfredson has come into the pit lane. Dimcenso, I should say, is into that car. It's the earliest stop, though, for Alfredson, and so they will drop down for now. They will come back up again later on, though, of course, as they make their final pit stop of the day.
That'll drop them down to P7 as it stands. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, that's the 138 alone Fritzen Racing we're talking about. And that leaves both the Scherer Esports cars, the 116 and the 117, to have some respite at the top of the field. They, I suppose, will go a lap longer. This will be their final lap, in my opinion, in this stint. That'll leave them with 8 more laps. I think this might be the last one, or maybe some might want to extend. We shall find out what that split and that balance might be eventually. But expect pit stops in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy coming in very, very shortly. And that'll then open up the door for the final stint. Now, it's an option you have. If you go longer in this stint, it means you go shorter in the final stint, which means you can push harder over there. Or if you go shorter in this stint, it means you could go longer in the last one and have to fuel save. What do you prefer? What sort of drivers do you have waiting? Sometimes a team has their aggressive driver waiting for the final hour of the race, and in that case, you don't want them to fuel save at all. You just want to give them clean open tarmac, an open race car, and no fuel saving obligations. Like, mate, you just go out there, put the fastest laps, and win the race for us. Each team might have a different balance. Some teams might have kept their fuel saving driver or the specialist fuel saving driver at the very end. We're not sure of who's done what. We shall now find out as we come to the last hour of this race what every single team has planned in terms of their driver strategies and also their fuel strategies. But the battling still goes on in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. The number 137, that was the Austrian Sim Racers DNLS team, leading the AM category. Actually second in the AM category with Aldo Motorsport ahead of them.
Yeah.
And in the SP10s then, more fighting.
Yeah, so that was the battle for second you're watching there, although Alexander Teeb is not an AM driver, for obvious reasons. He's very quick. Not that the others aren't, but you get the point. He's just split apart that battle for second place, meanwhile. This is for third in SP10. Now, who has made pit stops and who hasn't? Coanda still waiting for their 7th lap and their final lap as well. Marvin Stroll is out in front of these guys, though, by about 2 seconds. You can just see him. There he is in the Sim RC car further up front. He's taken over from Contaguine, who started that car earlier on. Just over an hour to go, just about an hour to go. Gabriel Streitmatter is 6 seconds behind them as well. But with Coanda still yet to make a stop, this will become the battle for second and third. Another fantastic SP10 race where you just don't know who's going to win right to the very end. And I'm not even sure when we've seen our final stops we're going to know who's going to win either.
Yeah, exactly. When are the final stops? It's all so chaotic everywhere. But Aaron Vasquez, let's talk about this guy for a second. Just not a few weeks ago, Aaron Vasquez a month ago in the first round of the DNLS was on fire. On the last lap of this race, in the very same Mercedes that he drives right now, the AMG Team Apex Racing car, He was able to go from third to first, passing two incredibly quick cars on the very final lap, Sim RC and Falcon Sim Racing. Today, it's a similar-esque task, except he has 1 whole hour for that. Next up on his radar is the Falcon Sim Racing team, the BMW M4, and Aaron Vasquez is right on the tail. Look at how quickly he's caught up, and look at how much the BMW is squirming around under pressure that Vasquez is putting up. When you see Aaron Vasquez in the middle, you know that you're going to be under some phenomenal pressure, and at that point, you're very likely to make a mistake. It's only the best of the very best who do not do that. So watch out for that. Watch out for this SP10 battle, because as it stands, Sim RC, Falcon Sim Racing Team, and AMG Team Apex Racing, all within 2 seconds of each other. They're right now 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But realistically, that's the top 3 for the entire race. As a Malika is blinking. How often do we see that?
Yeah, Taubar has been having that trouble once or twice in this stint. He's getting away with it though. He's still connected, still going well, and he's now ahead of the Apex Racing Team Mercedes cars. So end of this lap it will be. Felix Kronbach in, and then 2 more for these two. And there you go again. Let's have a run through the order before they make these stops, because we're into the final hour. The number 1 BS competition car is leading the way by over 20 seconds ahead of Marla Racing Team, and then the 2 AMG Team Apex Racing cars further behind. But don't forget, these 3 further behind have much shorter stops to make. 2 laps of fuel that they won't have to take on, that BS competition do. M&J Downforce have unfortunately lost the back of this train a little bit in these last few moments. You might be able to see them on that long shot. There you go, in the light blue Mustang just in the background. Then it's Veloce Thrustmaster who are not out of this either. Then Hub Racing Team and AMG Team Williams are a bit further behind. Top 6 covered by less than 30 seconds, and I think they've all got, at the very least, an outside chance.
Indeed, they have. The SP9 class, it's all simmering together like a very tasty curry, with all the spices coming up towards the very end of this race. BS competition are off cycle, but they have been the runaway leaders from the very beginning. How far ahead will they be when this entire pit cycle evens out? Marla Racing Team, they were given a drive-through penalty. They went to the very back of the field and have still come back on into 2nd place on merit. Can they realistically challenge the BS competition team and maybe, just maybe, take a shot at the win of this race? And what about the AMG Team Apex Racing Team? They've been by far and away the top 2 and top 3 for the entirety of this race, but now that they've lost ground to Marla Racing Team, they have to fight back and they have to get something in the final hour of this race. And so many other stories on the back end of the grid as well, including the M&J Downforce team, who have one of their cars, as you can see on the screen, in P9, but the other one putting in a very good performance and finding itself in P5. So lots of interesting stories in the SP9 category. And in the last hour, put your hand on your heart if you genuinely know who is going to lead this battle for 2nd place, because I can't tell. Is it Marla? Is it Apex? Which one of the Apexes, if it's an Apex? And what about MJ Downforce? Can they come back in on the stint as well? Unpredictability is the nature of any virtual Nürburgring endurance race, and that is exactly what we're getting to see in action here today.
It's worth reminding you, Veloce Thrustmaster should have 5 seconds less of a pit stop than these guys do. They're only just over around 10 seconds behind them. That's going to get close. Hub Racing Team and Williams Esports are together at the moment. They should have 15 seconds less of a pit stop. It's going to be a splash at the end of the race, to be honest. They've taken their mandatory stops. They're just going to take their splash that they need on fuel to the end of the day. To round out the top 10 is Impulse Racing and the Ferrari ahead of the 2 Nürburgring Esports teams, with Liberty Esport the first and only of the Porsches in 13th place. They're ahead of Lion GP. Then you get to over 2 minutes off for Dora Esports after their stop and hold 60. They're still 15th ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team, Holder Motorsport, RC Car Shop Motorsport, Esports, I should say, and Team Nitro Falcon have just overtaken Mulder Motorsport for 19th place, which shows you, by the way, with confirmation that all 20 SP9 cars that started this race are still running.
That's beautiful. That's really beautiful. I mean, compared to where we were last time, where we had 5 or 6 of them taken out on the very, very first lap, I think this is a great place to be. This is more DNLS, to be very honest with you. I think the last time we just saw a bit of early season blues, people sort of hungover from the off season, and then a couple of rough edges here and there, eventually resulting in a few big pile-ups, but that's not what we're seeing here today. The racing so far has been phenomenal. All the drivers have been so composed, barely any sort of brain losses that we've seen in any of the major battles. And yes, the stewards have been busy, but they've been busy with some interesting things to solve out. But the racing, on the other hand, has been phenomenal, and none better than what we are seeing in the SP10 class, where Falcon Sim Racing Team and Sim RC are literally tied up together at the very top of the field. But while they're together with a big margin to AMG Apex Racing Team, that car has the potential to close that gap up in a matter of minutes. So watch out for Aaron Vasquez in that number 190 AMG Team Apex Racing car. He could be closing up the Sim RC and Falcon Sim Racing Team over the course of this stint. And just like last time, we could have a three-way fight for the win on the very last lap. That is what I'm really banking on.
Yep. There is still a pit stop to go here, I should mention, in SP10. So be wary of that, because I was just looking at this and thinking, oh, it's probably between Falcon and Sim RC now, isn't it? But actually that's not true, because there has only been 2 stops yet. There is going to be a third and another field stop and all the abnormal stuff that can go on in a pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on that as Apex Racing try and chase him down. Grid and Go try and chase down as well from 4th place. Then it's Coanda, who have just dropped to 5th place with their stop. They might not have to stop again though, based on what I've seen. They're just out on the circuit again. I reckon they may not have to stop again. We'll keep an eye on that. WSR Esports booking a 6th place ahead of Nürburgring Esports, then BS Competition, who are battling away for 7th place as well at the moment, by the way. Daniel Muff versus Tomola Butele. I've got to say, if there's been a disappointment in SP10 so far today, it has been the performance of BS Competition, because while they've been doing very well in SP9, SP10 hasn't gone so well for them today. It's unusual to see them nearly a minute off the lead.
Yeah, that's the tough part. I mean, for BS Competition, it's just one of those days, right? And in the SP10, the margins for error are so limited. If you have a slightly off day, you could be off by a long margin. Plus, so many other things as well, right? That stop and hold penalty that they had just for that pit lane infringement, that did them dirty. And had it not been for that, right, which would have cost them how much? 60 odd seconds, roughly? There's a very good chance they would have been fighting for the lead of this race. So I can't exactly tell if they've had a bad day driving-wise, but that one pit lane infringement and the resultant stop-and-go penalty has put them into P8, and that can destroy a season. I know destroy is a heavy word, but that's what it is. It can destroy a season in one go, because this is 1/4 of the entire DNLS season, and you're only going to get 1 point as it stands for finishing here. It's a tough pill to swallow, it really is.
They're searching for that 2nd point, which you get if you finish in 7th place this afternoon. Meanwhile, X-Racer are behind them by about a few seconds, actually. It's not very far away. Dory Sports Academy are 10th. In fact, you can see them in the background. Dory Sports Academy round out the top 10, then Team Hoisingveld. Nürburgring Esports are a lap down, and that has been the case for a while, but still, no retirements in this class either. In case you think we've missed the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, they're halfway through a pit stop phase, so we're not going to go through the lineup just yet. We'll do that in a few moments when they finish their cycle. But BS Competition looking threatening here. Down in towards Callenhard. Looking again on the inside there with a Butele, but not quite able to do it. I know they're racing elsewhere in iRacing this afternoon, by the way, so they'll be splitting their efforts across a number of different drivers. Got a good bank of reserves and a good, I don't mean reserves as in their worst drivers, reserve drivers, but you know what I mean. They've got plenty in their lineup, plenty of drivers to choose from, and a few of them being put to good use, especially at the front of SP9 as things stand. To give you an update on SP9, by the way, while we're going through this, we have seen the pit stop now for BS Competition. Felix Kronbach is on his out lap right now on lap 16, so we'll go back to SP9 in a few moments time and have a look at that again. But Felix Kronbach's got a big race on his hands here, 36 seconds behind Marlon Racing Team, who are going to be making their pit stop in a few moments time, and we'll give you updates on that when we get there. 50 minutes to go in the 2nd round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. This is the Goodrich 3-hour race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 2 weeks away from our third round of the season. They come thicker and faster as we get towards the end. 4 rounds, 12 hours of racing overall, and we'll be at the halfway stage of it at the end of this race. Here comes BS Competition on the way towards the curve, looking up the inside. No, still not able to do it. Maybe now. No, the Boutelet is going to find this quite frustrating.
And off they go though. The BS Competition car on the grass. My God, that really got nervy there for the number 161, Thomas Le Boutelet, just nearly making a big mistake. That could have been race over for the BS Competition team there. Fine margins, but our attention must shift over to, in my opinion, the most fun class in the entire grid, the SP3s and Smiller Esports / Entropy. /X, what do we call it? Okay, Smiller Esports X Entropy. That sounds better. The number 277, that is. They have had a really, really beautiful day. I mean, there's no other way to put it. The last time out, they were having a tough fight at the top of SP3. They were really having to work hard to make sure that they could stay up with the Scherer Esports SP3 car, the number 269. But today, it's plain sailing. It's all of them by their own. Nothing doing. No fighting with other cars, no sort of artificial battling, no need to do anything that's really tiring for you. Just keep on driving at the Nordschleife, and the pace is so good, nobody can keep up. Our Uptown shop are 20 odd seconds behind. However, it'll be interesting to see how things work out, because Scherer Esports have just made their pit stop, and Smiller Esports X Entropy will eventually also do so. And ideally, a stop can cost it on 56 seconds. So it looks beautiful for now, but we'll have to wait and see where they cycle out. And Scherer might just eventually end up being in the lead. So it's a beautiful day for now, but might just have dark clouds at the end of it if they cannot hold on to their lead. Nonetheless, though, lots of variations in this category can be expected, with other cars like an Uptown shop also having a good day in second place.
I think Scherer Esports are looking good for a race win here in SP3. They are not looking like it right now, obviously, because they've just made a pit stop, as you say, but they are third for the moment. So just to give you a rundown, Smiller Esports first, ahead of a Don't Shop, then Scherer Esports, then Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who have just made a stop as well. Rings Fizzer Sim Racing are still yet to make their final stop. Eiffel Racing have just made their final stop in 6th. Race Sim Zone have just made their final stop in 7th, so have Home of Sim Racing. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are having a stop right now. They're on their way back out again. The Stob Kurchen AC Mayen car is in pit lane and has been for over 10 minutes now. They're 2 laps down. FK Motorsport had a very, very, very long stop earlier on. I'm not sure they're even still driving, although they might be. Oh no, they are driving, excuse me. They are still out there on the circuit, so that's good news. But unfortunately for the 272, that's over 11 minutes in the box, and I'm not sure we're going to be seeing them again here this afternoon. Now, final stops in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and here's the rejoin. The Scherer Esports car on the back straight. Luca Appert just ahead of Bruno Heinrich. Up in front is Frozen Speed by Grin & Go and Coanda Esports. The Alone for Some Racing car is quite a few seconds behind them at this stage, with Holder Motorsport just in between. They're yet to make their final pit stop as of right now. Where is Grin & Go going to be? They look like they're already on their way here. Grin & Go look like they're on their way out on the circuit. Are they in front? They look like they are. Could they spring a surprise? The pole sitters of round 1. Ganoso Tastelen has got the lead with 46 minutes to go, and he's got Luca Alper, who's going to be chasing him down all the way. The gap is about 3 seconds on the rejoin.
It's all or nothing now. All the pit stops are away, and off they go for this crucial last stint. Frozen Speed by Grid & Go currently hold on to the lead, but it's only fine margin. It's only 5 odd seconds between them and the Scherer Esports 116, and then further behind the Scherer Esports 117. But a big stint can be expected. Tires will be slightly cold for the Frozen Speed by G&G car as well, and as a result, they might just end up losing out some time on their first lap. How much harder can Scherer Esports push? They've already been out for one more lap. They already have some pace in their bank, but can they take out more? Because as it stands, this 4-second gap won't be enough for them. They need to get up there, and they need to make sure that they're in contention for a win. They need that double. Scherer, if they can win today, they can more or less secure the championship. Remember, we're almost at halfway stage in this championship. But Frozen Speed, if they can hold on to what they're doing right now, that really opens up the door for a very exciting season. As a neutral, I say game on. Keep fighting against each other. I just want more of this action.
I think it's going to be interesting, but I think Dara will take this, to be honest. If they were to sort of be offered the result now, they would take it championship-wise. Obviously, they want to win the race, and Luca Alper is going to do all he can to chase him down here. This is not over. It's only 5 seconds. However, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go finished 8th in the first race, so they only scored 1 point. They're 14 points behind the car that's currently chasing them. Now, they will gain 4 if it ends right now, but that is still a big advantage for them to have. Let's go through the order now they've done their stops. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. First position by, as I say, 5.2 seconds as things stand. Share Esports in second and third. Again, having a good day. They're just ahead of Alfredson Racing. It's not Alfredson anymore, Roland Alfredson. It is his teammate, Dimitru Divincenzo, who is in 4th place. Then Coanda Esports, who are 5th. And the GT4 Coanda car's just gone off. They're back on again without trouble. Team Nitro Falcon are 6th, ahead of PB Performance by Grid and Go. Then the Apex Racing team. That incident for the Apex Racing team earlier on, when Thomas Enger Sim Racing rejoined right in front of them, has really set them back, I'm afraid, in this race. They're now down into 8th position, 45 seconds off the win after leading earlier on.
It's such a big hit. It is such a big hit. It takes so much time for you to come to terms with things like this eventually. And that is something that the Apex Racing team, the number 119 crew, will be ruining for quite a while. They had a podium in the last round, and this was an opportunity for them to double down on that, potentially get somewhere close to a win, make sure that this season gets that further kickstart that it needs. But a P8 performance will really not do them a world of good. If anything, I think Scherer and Alon Fritzen, both the Scherer cars and Alon Fritzen, it puts them in a very good space if it stays as it is right now, because Scherer Esports 116, they get a P1 from last time. As it stands, it's P2, which could well become a P1 for all you know. They're really putting a hand on this championship right now. And if Alon Fritzen Racing can do something big in the next couple of rounds, that's where we might see some variation. But as it stands, it's so well controlled by them. In the AM category, though, Halde Motorsport still holding on to their lead, and Avia WNSE Motorsport comfortably in second. The orange denotes, of course, the cars in the AM category in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Fossotec by WMS currently third in that class, but it's all been rather in sailing there. But good opportunity for the Fossotec team to close up the Avia WNSE Motorsport. Only 4 seconds of a difference between the teams in second and third in the AM class here.
Yes, I'm not sure, by the way, how the AMs are going to be separated this season, because none of them finished in the top 7 last time out, and so that means they all score 1 point. So I'm going to check on that a little bit later, but the AMs are all outside the top 7 again, which is my point. Halde Motorsport, as you say, are indeed ahead of WNS E-Motorsport. Then it's Fossotec, who won in the opening round. Austrian Sim Racers and Team Sorg Rensport round out the 5 teams. Then it is Door Esports, who have been in the pit lane for more than 10 minutes. As far as I can see, we've still got no retirements out of the 60 that began. We have got a couple of long stoppers, though. 17 minutes now for Sturberg, Korschen, AC Mayen, and the 7 Racing have been in for over 7 minutes, although they've just left after 7.5 minutes. They're back out again, which is great news for them. Door Esports, though, coming up to 12 minutes in the box. So, yes, we're seeing some very long stops, but no official retirements yet. What a remarkable thing to have after 2 hours 20.
I find that to be fascinating. This is a proper showcase of what the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series is all about. Lots of variations in strategy, lots of great fighting, some incidents here and there, such a wide variety of cars, incredible drivers, and it all coming together at the most beautiful circuit in the world, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And at the end of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series race, we're now looking at 40 minutes of absolute pandemonium. we're now seeing lots of shifting in the SP9 category. Veloci Thrustmaster are provisionally your leaders. They are due a stop though. And I think the same can be said for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Williams as well, because they're slightly off cycle. They're on their 4th lap as it stands. And ideally, there'd be 6 more laps to go. So at some point, the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Williams team have to make a pit stop, which means they won't be second anymore. They'll drop back down. Perhaps around 8th, 9th, somewhere around that vibe. We're not 100% sure. The same can also be said for the Haupt Racing team by G&G as well, which means effectively you have BS Competition as your leaders. Mahler Racing team, who are currently in 6th, will cycle out as 2nd. And then you have the AMG team Apex Racing duo of Salva Talents and Tom Reicher. But even then, so many cars are close by, like the MG Downforce team.
Apologies. That's bad news for Haupt Racing team on the top of your screen there. That's a drive-through penalty, and that is for pushing another car. Pushing the other car is the Williams car. That's really bad news for number 4, David Boschke. He'll be furious with that. By the way, you are correct. It is BS Competition ahead of Mahler Racing team, then the 2 Apexes. But the cars who pitted later, so Mahler and the 2 Apexes, they didn't gain anywhere near as much time as I thought they were going to in that final pit stop. And so the gap for BS Competition does look quite comfortable to those guys. I think it's actually about 20 seconds.
Yeah, BS Competition, I suppose, are the only comfortable team in the SP9 category. Even then, they've got to go past lap traffic. They've got to make sure they don't make any silly errors. Just don't put a wheel on the grass. Don't pass any lap cars. Just be okay. Don't be aggressive at all. It's kind of like being a monk here. Every single opportunity where you think you can accelerate a bit or you think you can go on the edge, just calm yourself down. That's the message being sent right now to Felix Kornbach as he takes that Mercedes-AMG GT3 car around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in anger. Just don't do it in anger, Felix. Just make sure you are chill with this, because the slightest of errors, and that could be a potential win for BS Competition down in the dumps. Here's to hoping that does not happen, because we don't want to see any team that's worked incredibly hard drop it at the very, very end. But on the other hand, as a neutral, I'm here for some fighting. I want to see some battles, and there are some battles on offer here, because the battle between the Mahler Racing team number 10 car and then the 2 AMG team Apex Racing cars, number 49 and number 50, that is truly opened up though. There's only 1 or 2 seconds between Mahler and the first of the Apex cars, and then the second Apex car is only only 6 seconds behind that. So if there's one place of volatility, I think that will be there. But the Porsche Cup cars, there seems to be some battling going on here. This would be the Alone Fritson Racing team, the white number 138, that is currently in pursuit of the number 117 Scherer Esports car that is 3rd in category. And over there, well, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, I think they've properly got a lead in this race. They really have established it so well. 3 seconds between them and the first of the Scherer Esports cars.
It's come down to 3 seconds, so that is it coming down quick enough, I think is the question now, because it's definitely going the right way for Grid and Go. 36 minutes remaining on the Nordschleife, and the question really is about how many laps have these individual classes got to go. Could still be quite a few for the Porsche Cup drivers. We'll get back to that in a few moments' time. Veloci Thrustmaster about to make their way over the line now. 8-minute lap time, very nearly. Means that it should be 5 laps to go. Means that these drivers in the Porsche Cup class have got 5 to go when they get to the line. They're only just starting another lap, so it's effectively 6 laps, including the one they're on, still remaining in this race. This is Coanda Esports, because David Williams has just gone ahead of Jonas van Druten in the Team Nitro Falcon Cup entry. And that is for 5th place. They're very much on their own here. They're unlikely to catch those ahead or be caught by anybody behind, but David Williams has gotten Coanda now back into the top 5, which is roundabout where they've been so far in these opening 2 races of the season.
Is it just me, or will the Porsches actually have to make another stop? I don't think any of them can potentially go as long as 8 or 9 laps, right? And most of the leaders, especially the Scherer cars, they're on 2.3 laps. Alone Fritson on 3.3. We've got 6 more laps left to go. Can they make it? Will they have to go for a quick splash and dash somewhere in the middle? Have they calculated things slightly wrongly from what they initially thought it's going to be? I don't know. I get a feeling most of them will have to do that, right? Because the stint lengths on the Porsche are somewhere around 7 to 8 laps, aren't they?
I think they can do 9, actually. We'll see. I'm just going to recheck the balance of performance because you can have restricted fuel for some of these classes, even if it's not a multi-car class. So the Porsche Cup cars are not limited to 95% of fuel. Normally, as I say, they can do 9. In the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, for example, you see them do 9, but I'm not sure with that 5% knocked off they can. So maybe 8 is the limit, in which case the Alone for some racing car would be the only one who would run out. They'd need 9 laps of fuel at the end here. I know Roland Alfredson mentioned in YouTube chat earlier, I'm not sure he's going to be messaging us, no, we can't make it on fuel, but I'm just saying, you know, they're the only car I've got a question mark over at the moment, and put it that way.
And for the others as well, I think this might be a stint of great fuel saving because most of them are on course to finish lap 3, plus 6 more laps left to go. So, I mean, they can do it, but how much will you have to lift and coast?
5 at the line, so it'd be 8
5
for
at the
them.
line, yeah.
So
8
6 including
them.
this one, 5 at the line, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be plain sailing for any of them. They're not going to have their foot on the throttle all the time. There's going to be lots of lifting and coasting. And as a result, drivers who find themselves in a pack would love to be in a pack because that's where you can really take your foot off the throttle and have it not make any major difference to your pace, but have a major difference to the amount of fuel you consume. Interesting times then in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Grade, among the others too. If my eyes serve me correctly, I think Falcon Sim Racing have opened up quite a gap to Sim RC. I don't ever remember that gap ever being over a second and a half or something in the SP10 category, but now the number 182 Sim RC car in SP10 is 3.2 seconds behind the 183 of the Falcon Sim Racing team. That's good. That's remarkable work by Lucas Muller, and that gives them breathing space, which the SP10s normally never have.
But if you think about the first stint as well of the race, he was able to get away on his own at the very start as well.
Yeah.
So this is down to Lucas Muller, really, who's had a fantastic race here today. He's got this car absolutely nailed, and he's putting some real time into Marvin Strel here as Grid and Go and Apex battle for 3rd place, and we follow this battle for 7th place between the Nürburgring Esports car and X-Racer as well. That's Kari Kortelainen. You can see up in the top left, I believe, for X-Racer. It is indeed. And he's going to be following this Nürburgring Mercedes very closely, I would say, through this final sector, but not getting alongside. Maybe waiting for the long back straight before he can make his move in this X-Racer machine, which finished, by the way, in 9th place in the opening race of the season. So this would be an improvement, and they might even be able to get an extra point if they get this overtake.
Always an extra motivation to get that done, but there's slightly tricky ways to do so. The X-Racer car just getting on the grass, and that lost them a little bit of momentum, but again, not enough to rule them out of this battle, which means we now go towards the fun parts of this circuit with more fighting to do. Around the YouTube corner then, I'm not exactly sure how to say his last name, but the X-Racer team driver, Kadri, he has a job to do now. 31 odd minutes fighting up against the people who know the circuit better than anyone, the Nürburgring Esports team. How about that for a battle, huh? Take on the masters and take on the people who live here.
It's quite... Odds are certainly not stacked in their favour. I'll put it that way. For Kortelainen, Kari Kortelainen. Meanwhile,
there we go.
Outside,
That's nicely done.
Thanks. I'm only guessing. It's that I've probably anglicised that a bit, really, but never mind. Battle for 4th place, SP3 on your screen. This is Ring Fizzer Sim Racing versus Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. They've got over half a minute in front and behind them. That's one of the Clios coming out the pit lane that has been in the pit lane. They are not involved in this battle. In fact, they're just making their way back out onto the circuit. The 7 Racing, that's in the 273 car. They are a lap down on these two at the moment. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I've just spotted something. I think a lot of SP10 cars are making it to the pit lane. That includes Sim RC, our former leaders. That includes the AMG team Apex Racing, which has Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel, a driver who was excellent and got the team to win the last time out. And that also includes Lucas Muller, who has been the standout driver of that class today in the Falcon Sim Racing team. So things are really changing. The SP10s down for their last stop, which I would imagine is a quick splash and dash. No, they are going longer. Falcon Sim Racing team, they have gone for a 38-second stop. 38 seconds with 30 minutes to go. What's going on here? Have they gone on extreme fuel saving in this last stint?
That is quite a long stop there. Let's see. Marvin Stroud did a similar thing. The Apex Racing team, similar as well. So, I mean, tyres is the only thing I can really think of. Would they take tyres? But I mean, surely they would just forget about them with 29 minutes to go. I certainly would. But anyway, Falcon Sim Racing team are going to lead by some way then, ahead of Sim RC. WSR Esports Bookkicker, though, are right behind Falcon for now because they are yet to make their final stop.
Yeah, so it's evident that we in the comms box don't always know everything. We just cannot. We did not quite forecast news. Exactly. I mean, I was just walking in trying to predict strategies coming into this race. Like, who's going to stop when? If this car has a stint length of 8 laps, that car has a stint of 9 laps. How are they going to all separate out their pit stops? But you just can't tell because in the middle of a race, there are so many variables. Like, you could have a crash, or you could encounter back markers, or the other car that you're fighting against blinks early. So as a result, you have to blink early. So many different things that just make this 3-hour race so chaotic. And that's the thing I love about this the most, that the strategy windows are just so open. They're just so varied. They're just not like Formula 1 where if a car comes in now, 2 laps later, the other one will come in. So, and even a lap here is 7 minutes, right? So it's all so varied as anyway. But in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, a couple of moves being made. It's the PB performance by Grit and Go that is currently chasing the car in 7th place in this category. And if my visuals are correct, that would be the Apex Racing team now, wouldn't it be?
Yep.
Yeah, Luca Quito.
Yep.
Wow, 7th for them.
Exactly. I was just about to say, that's why it's so surprising, because that is Apex just up ahead, but they've had so many troubles today after their incident with Thomas Enger Sim Racing in SP3, the incident we still haven't seen there. They've dropped a long way back, I'm afraid, and that is why they're battling here. But yeah, it almost makes you check again, double check, doesn't it? Really, are they 7th? But yeah, that is true. That is Apex in 7th place, legitimately.
And they've had such a topsy-turvy day. They've been involved in another incident with Thomas Enger Sim Racing as well, for which that team, the number 278, got a drive-through penalty. But even then, it's just a tumultuous day. Nothing's really gone right for them, which is huge when you consider the fact that they were our pole sitters in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And that is just everything going south for them just so quickly. They'll need a bit for their season to come back on track. But right on cue, we have some great Clio Cup racing for us, right as they have a faster SP10 car go past them. This, if I'm not mistaken, would be the number 202, correct, fighting with the 270. The 202. Oh, I'm trying to find out my names here. They're so far back down on the timing screen, aren't they?
292.
292.
Yep.
I need to get my spectacles checked. That's the 292, the race sim zone. Beat Muller currently in 7th in that class, figuring out a way to keep the home of Sim Racing Esports team behind them. This fight for P7 in the category, both of them are alone in the woods, a long way away from any car in that train, and a long way away from any pack as well. Which means they've got 2 to tango, and that's normally the fun way out. But a cup car is on the grass trying to pass them. Oh, that got nervy.
That was close. The Clio there was all over the place, but just about gathered it up in time, and now the Porsche Cup car is going to just race through on the right-hand side. Look how much quicker it is. My goodness. This is the beauty of the Nürburgring and multi-class racing around here. The Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series into the final half an hour for round number 2 into Metzgersfeld. For this battle, back to the Porsche Cup class. Meanwhile, this is down the field, I think, between Austrian Sim Racers and Fossetec by WMS. It certainly is. Up ahead of these guys, WNS E-Motorsport and Holden Motorsport are 1st and 2nd, but this is the battle for the final place on the podium in the AM class of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy
A battle that's got a lot to play for. Lots of pride, lots of points, lots of prize money as well. Remember, we have the Pro and the Am class split up into two. This is a battle for bragging rights. P3. In the Am class, they normally go under the radar, don't they? Because we're all focusing on the leaders in their category and then the overall leaders of the race as well. But there's so much to fight for here as well. As the name suggests, amateurs. They're not in this full time. They're not professionals. They're really training, they're working and driving their car when their day jobs allow them to, which is essentially so beautiful, right? Because when you think of the spirit of endurance racing, it's persisting, it's trying, it's working hard, it's just driving the car as much as you can whenever life allows you to. And for them to be battling for a position as high as third in their category in the AM division, I find it amazing. I think the stakes are as high as they can ever be, given the circumstances that the AM drivers find themselves in. So, amazing to see such a fun battle for the final place on the podium in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy AM class. And let's see which one of these drivers is able to hold on to it. Currently, the first attack by WMS team, the number 115, holds on. But the Austrian Simulations DNLS team has a lot to play for as well. But now, our focus has shifted up higher to this class, where the Alone Fritzen Racing team, the number 138, that white Porsche Cup car, is chasing for the final podium spot in the overall Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. Up ahead is the number 117 Scherer Esports team.
And up ahead of both of them is the battle for the lead between Frozen Speed by Grid & Go and Scherer Esports 116. By the way, they've got still 4 laps to go when they get to the line, I believe. So Ganoso Tastelin versus Luca Alper is going to be quite a battle, and hopefully we'll see that on the back straight towards the line. They say these three are battling for third, but they're about a quarter of a minute off of the lead at the moment, about 15 seconds or so behind the leader. 13 seconds it will be called officially on the tower. So a good margin to have. Meanwhile, in SB9, M&J Downforce having a great day. They're ahead now of the 50. Tom Rio has been overtaken by Jonas Gundert in the number 22, and M&J Downforce could be moving to a... I mean, have they got a chance of a podium here? They've got an outside chance for sure.
Yeah, they could well do, right? Because we expect BS Competition to be the leaders after everything is cycled out, and once we see Williams and the Haupt Racing team go make their pit stop, that leaves us with the Impulse Racing team, which I would expect end up doing the same, because they're on a similar strategy to Williams and Haupt. So essentially, BS Competition would be first, but Veloce Trasmaster have actually done an incredible job to find themselves in second on merit, right? They currently are 5th on the timing tower, but as it stands, they have made their last pit stop, and they have a 3-second or 2-second advantage at least to the Mahler Racing team. So out of nowhere, by leading the entire race for the most part, and just being the outliers, the Veloce Trustmaster team have really got a claim to be on the podium places where, honestly, I never expected them to be there. Like, weren't they 7th at the start of this race?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't expect them to be there either. It was, it's a remarkable drive from them. M&J Downforce finished in 7th place in the opening round of the season. Their second team finished down in 14th, though it's not that car admittedly that's up towards the front at the moment, but even so, it is great to see. Meanwhile, this is the battle, and we've missed the pass for the lead here. The 116, Raphael Renhofer is in front of Ganoso Tastelin. Now it's a big job for the Grid & Go driver. Can he stay with, excuse me, it's not even Raphael Renhofer, he's given over, hasn't he, to Luca Alper, excuse me. So, can Luca Alper break the slipstream and run away with this race win? That's his big objective now on the Grand Prix circuit.
That's what we were talking about at the start of the stint in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. The Grid & Go Sim Racing team, the Frozen Speed by G&G team, they eventually had the lead at the stop of this stint. Yes, they had a shorter pit stop as compared to all the other drivers. It is a question of when and not if the Scherer Esports car would catch up. Now that they have caught up, they have put some daylight between themselves and the Frozen Speed by Grid & Go team in second place. But still a chance for them to get closer. However, in this very class, Alone Fritzen Racing have been given a stop and hold penalty. That's the team in P4 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. And I wonder why that's happened. Let's me just dig down and find out. Yeah.
We will have a look. what happened there. Alone for some racing. Minimum standing time. Their minimum pit stop time was not achieved by tenths of a second. They've been given a stop and hold penalty of 1 second. So that's it. By the way, and to give you some context here, when you do go under the minimum time, you always are rounded up, if you like, to a second. Otherwise, you'd effectively be given an extra second. So they might have missed it by 0.1 of a second, but that rounds up to 1 second when you are given a penalty. As we've already commented, a drive-through penalty for the number 4 car as well has been has it been? No, it has to be taken, I think, by David Boschke still. So we'll watch out for that when it happens. But yeah, that's a shame. That's going to seal the podium, likely the double podium for Share Esports.
Yeah, it's a shame it has to end this way, but here we are. It's a good thing for Share, right? Do everything right, make sure there's no mistakes, and when the opposition does something, you're there in the right place to pounce on it and maximize your results. Amazing to see. That's what endurance racing can be about at sometimes as well. You don't always have to be the fastest. You don't always have to be the most daring. You don't always have to be the most efficient. You just have to execute your race properly. And that's what I find remarkable, right? Whenever you see Max Verstappen win a race, you hear Gianpiero Lambiase comment to him on the radio saying, "Nicely done, Max. That was a well-executed race." This is the meaning of executing a race properly. No mistakes, doing everything properly, hitting all your check boxes and ending up as the winner. That's what you want from a race as long as this. And Share Esports on course for that very much in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy.
Yep. So out onto the front straight for these two, by the way. So I was just distracted by the battle between the two Nürburgring Esports cars. 42 passing 41 there, just ahead of M&J Downforce, number 11. Meanwhile, this is the number 4, is it? Yeah, it is, just ahead of Impulse Racing. So they've come in. David Boschke served his drive-through, and they're now right ahead of Impulse Racing. Just in behind them is Veloce Thrustmaster, who have made their stop, and they are out in what could be second place. 16 seconds behind BS Competition, but they could well be in second place. They can't really afford, though, to be stuck behind these two.
No, not one bit. At this stage of the race, that's the last thing they want. Given all the hard work that they've done just to be coming across cars that are not as quick as you, or just even coming in your way. And the Veloce Thrustmaster team, they net should ideally be right behind BS Competition in second. Now that they have been pulled into this battle, they need to find a way off. And these cars, the Hawk Racing Mustang and the Impulse Racing Ferrari, will stay with them for the rest of this lap. They are ideally going to be boxing at the end of this lap, which means that the Veloce Thrustmaster team is bound to lose a lot of time. And look at this. Reinhard Alvar in that Mahler Racing number 10 car is only 6 seconds behind. When you're stuck in a battle, when you're losing time that rapidly, 6 seconds can become 1 second in a flash. Stay careful, Veloce Thrustmaster. P2 could well be yours. Just don't make any mistake. Just don't get sucked into the dirty air and don't go on the grass. This could be a remarkable second place if everything is just done properly at the very final part of this race. Dot the I's, cross the T's, and a podium could be coming your way.
Some regulation passes need to be made, but other than that, it should be about bringing it home here. The Veloce Thrustmaster, and they're a guest team, by the way, in this series. Guest starter here this afternoon is what it's called by Race Control. They, in that case, are not guaranteed entry, I suppose, to all the rounds, but if they do, they could even mount a championship charge. I'm not even sure if guest starters are allowed to score points or not, but anyway, they look like they're going to finish in second place, whether they are or not. So yeah, this is looking fantastic for them. The other guest starters, by the way, in case you were wondering, number 50 Apex car. They're currently running in the SP9 category and 9th place right now. They should move up into 8th, maybe 7th actually, but we'll see on that. And in SP10 we've got a guest starter. The WSR Esports butt kicker number 163 is a guest starter. They are in 6th place at the moment as well. So all 3 of the guest entries doing rather well, considering they didn't do the opening round. But have a look at this. This is the time loss I was talking about that they couldn't really afford.
Exactly. And this is out of their hands now. They're just going to wait for the right moment. They're not lapping that Ferrari ahead of them. They are actually fighting the impulse racing by GTU team on merit, which means that Daniel Lafayette cannot expect the Ferrari to make way for him. As it stands, it'll be tough for the Veloci Thrustmaster team to get past on raw pace. Yes, they've had much better pace throughout, but catching up to a car is one thing and passing it is a completely different ball game altogether. If I was Daniel Lafayette, which is very hard to do because I'm just not as fast as him, I would take my time and be patient, because Ryan Talvar, as fast as he is still 3.5 seconds behind. I can afford to be there. Look at the impatience though. Lafayette flashing his headlights, telling the impulse racing driver Philip Goglock, Philip, get out of the way. We're in different races. Let me go ahead. But he's just got to be patient and careful.
Whoa!
And that has rewarded him. Oh, that got close. Eventually, though, Veloci Thrustmaster up into P4.
That did get very close in towards the mud curve. On the inside line, the BMW... Oh, no! One of the Clios into the wall! In a big way towards Nordschleife. That was a big crash down there. Huge crash for one of the SP3 Clios. Now, who was that? It could have been either Race Sim Zone or home of Sim Racing Esports. I'm not sure who it was. But that is a real shame for one of the SP3 cars. The 270 looks all right there. It must have been Race Sim Zone who have gone into the wall pretty hard, and they must have a lot of damage after that.
Yup, that was the number 292, and they were, for the lack of a better word, punted away, unfortunately. And that's what we were talking about, executing a race properly, just closing things off in the final part of the race. But Veloci Thrustmaster and Daniel Lafayette, they have unfortunately made one critical error, hitting one SP3 car, and that could be a penalty coming their way. And that could mean a phenomenal second place disappearing in a matter of minutes. Think about it. 2.5 hours of effort in one shot. Well, what do we say about that now?
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have they been able to go? Yeah, they are still going, so they're going to be able to get round. If they have to make any repairs, they've got 2.5 minutes to do them before they start losing places. Let's have another look. It's in towards the right-hander before the Nordschleife. And yeah, I mean, I think I can see what happened there. So the 292 tried to move to the right to let the BMW back through again on the outside line, trying to let them keep their racing line. But the BMW didn't think they were going to do that, and so they moved also to the right-hand side and got into the back of them, I think, is what happened there.
Just one minor moment of miscommunication, and that's
there you
it.
Go. Yeah.
There's the tap. And there is what could have been a phenomenal second place disappearing in a matter of seconds. Oh, well. And I just think there's a very good chance that we might just see an investigation on Veloci Thrustmaster coming in any moment now on the race control sheet.
Yep. No investigation just yet, but I suspect you might be right on that front. We will be getting an investigation into that. To be honest, though, I'll be honest, as much as I feel sorry for the SP3 car, since it's the one being overtaken, you know, you need to stay on the racing line. You need to be predictable, and I'm afraid the SP3 just wasn't there. They moved out the way. They tried to be helpful, but it's actually not helpful when they move out the way like that. Meanwhile, we'll get back to that, because the lead has changed. Felix Quernbach is now at the front, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race to go with it as well. Williams are in. There they are, making their final stop of the day. Daniel Lafayette moves up to second. Rainer Tauber's third. Tammy Mastrogan will be fourth as he makes his way out. Salva Talens in the 49 just gets out ahead.
So watch out where the Williams car will recycle. Here's another replay of what exactly went down with the Veloci Thrustmaster. Here's the unpredictability you were speaking of. Just the slightest of movements by the SP3 car, and the Veloci Thrustmaster machine of Daniel Lafayette has nowhere to go. And ultimately that tap, it's it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anybody at this stage of the race because you've compounded so much. You've worked so hard for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And then the hours and hours and hours and hours and hours that you spent before the race to make sure that you're planning things well, like your strategy, like your fuel stops, like your driving, your practice, everything. It could just be ruined in a matter of seconds. Well, tandem stops for the Nürburgring Esports teams in the SP9 class. One of them actually having to move backwards. But let's give you an overall picture of where everyone is in this class. So as it stands... Wait a second. Is my timing screen not refreshed or is that Williams got actually in the lead? I don't think that's the chance. There's just a chance that could happen, right? No.
It's PS Competition who are at the front, ahead of Veloce by nearly 20 seconds. Marlow Racing Team in third. Apex Racing Team are just in fourth, but only a second or so ahead of Williams Esports in fifth. Then M&J Downforce who are sixth. The number 50 Apex Racing Team are in seventh. So those are your teams scoring points. Everybody else is going to score 1 point because all 20 are still in the race.
Yes, correct. There's more contact though. Whoa, that's the Apex Racing GD3 car. Yeah, number 49. That, the car that was in place to get a podium potentially. Now, they've lost their front wing. And the Williams car's right behind the two. This is the battle for the 4th place in the overall class and also in SP9. There is red mist over the drivers in the last 10 minutes. Everything's up in the air now. Madness.
It's the penultimate lap of the race and the championship leader has made contact into the Hatzenbach. So with no front end, Salvatalians is going to find this very difficult. Samimati Trogan is going to look on the outside line. Is he here in towards? No, not quite. In towards the trading points. Here we go, in towards Arenberg again. He needs to be patient here. While the damage looks bad for the Apex Racing Team, I don't think it actually is bad in terms of performance here. That car still seems to be going quite quickly.
Worst case, they might have a little bit more drag. That means slightly lesser straight line speed. We shall wait and see how that impacts them over the course of the next 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap, which I suppose will be the case. For Williams, this is a golden opportunity, another free place that they can gain. Here's what went wrong for the Apex Racing Team. They're on the outside and again, the slightest of movements by an SP3 car, and there's nothing that the faster SP9s can do about it. They've picked a line, they've committed to a place, and at that moment, volatility is the last thing you need. But it's what you get eventually sometimes.
Well, I'm afraid, the Clio was the one that went up on the curb and went offline, but that's exactly why you don't go side by side into the Hatzenbach with a slower class car. You can do it, but I wouldn't do it because I know you lose a bit of time, but if you just wait for that left-hander and the right, you can get them just before the next left-hander, which comes up very quickly, I know, but you can do it just before that corner, round the outside, and there's no big curb there for them to bounce over and straight into the side of you. It's a lot safer. So, while, it was the Clio that changed line because it hit the curb, I don't suspect anything will be done from race control there because the Apex Racing Team, I don't think, should have been trying to make a move through there, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens.
But isn't it so interesting, right? It's like the racing gods have dealt us a chance card, like in Monopoly. You pick up a chance card, it's a pay 50 fine right at the very end of the race. Unfortunate. And that, imagine if you only got £50 in your Monopoly wallet and you get a pay 50 chance. That's exactly what's happened here. Apex Racing Team were on a very, very good course to finish in P4, which they could still do, by the way. It's just that their job has been made much harder with that crash. And life just comes in the way. The randomness of life is the way I'd like to describe things like this. But there could be some method to the randomness, and the Williams Racing Team, after facing madness on their own, really want to seal something for themselves. With a tumultuous race for the Williams Esports team. They faced drive-through penalties, they faced an incredible comeback drive, they faced so many lap cars in front of them. But now they face an opportunity to take 4th place away from the AMG Team Apex Racing. A slightly wounded AMG Team Apex Racing car, dare I say, after that incident with an SP3 car. So here we are then, 5 minutes left to go. Essentially 2 more laps in this race for Williams to seal this comeback drive with a P4. Is it going to be a P4 though? Will Apex fled? Now is the time we find out.
This is going to be absolutely fascinating. I think down the back straight, Williams are going to have this, but we will see. They finished in third place in the opening race of the season, so they start the day 7 points behind Apex. If they get ahead of them here, they'll be fourth instead of fifth and gain 2 of those points back again. So it's very worthwhile indeed. But BS Competition would be the championship leaders if things were to end right now. They were second in the first race. Looks like they might well win the second race to put themselves in pole position as far as the championship goes at the halfway mark. But let's wait and see just who comes out on top at the end of the season as we get the word through. Stop and hold penalty for car 285 in the SB3 category. That is Ringfizzer Sim Racing. Is that the car that went into the side of Apex, or am I? Is that something else?
Let
something
me
else,
just
isn't it?
double check that for you.
I think that's something else. Since it's a stop and hold 12 seconds, that suggests to me, yeah, they didn't do their minimum pit stop time.
Yep, you're right about that. That's exactly what it is. And in the meantime, the House Racing team, their drive-through penalty hasn't been served yet by the number 4. I think it must have been, right?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
It has, yeah. So even they were fighting somewhere in the top part of this SP9 class. They have now dropped back down to BA. That's the House Racing team by G&G and we're talking about. But as it stands, last 3.5 minutes, everything has cycled out in the SP9 category. BS Competition hold the lead. Veloce Thrustmaster provisionally for now a second, but look at the bump drafting. Williams have now pulled up to the side. They are making a firm move for P4 and their comeback drive has been sealed up with a brilliant pass. Apex are not going to let them go that easily. There they are, side by side at the Nottingham Hole. Who's going to have the advantage heading into Tiergarten? 2 hours and 58 minutes of racing to culminate into a battle just like this. And Williams are the ones with the advantage, getting fourth in the SP9 class.
That was a question of drag there by the looks of things, and the Apex Racing team have got a bit of damage, so they might be suffering here. Can they come back again in towards turn 1? Williams know there's a big possibility, and they move it right over to the pit wall immediately here. The white flag will be waving. 1 lap here to go at the Nordschleife. Here goes the Apex again on the outside line. Salva Talons, he's going to do the switch back here, surely. He's got to, but he's not got the traction. Oh, maybe now. Oh, he had a look down the inside at turn 2. Not quite. Salva Talons, though, down to 5th position. That's an important pass for Sami Mati Trogan, who is up to 4th place for Williams and looking to gain some of those points back from the race winners back in December.
And both of these teams have fought through the fire in this race. Think about Williams, the drive-through penalty they had earlier. They could have been your race winners. They should have been someone in that fight for that race win. But a small error at the start, and they have been sent to the back from where they fought back to come into P4. So what a drive by both the drivers in this team. And Sami Mati Drogan just adding a cherry on top of this beautiful comeback drive. But dare I say, it's not over and done with yet, because Salva Talons, even though he might have faced that damage from that contact with the TCR car, a Clio car in the last couple of laps, it's still not over and done with, because you, for all you know, might just end up facing another Clio car on this final lap of the race. So don't count anyone or anything out of this race. With 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, I still think this battle for P4 has some juice in this. And wait a second. Did I just see Dirt Esports number 20 out of the race?
Yeah, they are, yeah. Number 20, no. Number 120 are definitely out. I didn't see number 20 out of the race.
I think I saw this somewhere in my timing screen. Again, my spectacles need to be fixed, for sure. But lots of chaos. Maybe I'm losing sight as a result. I'm potentially also losing sight because I see 2 Mercedes green cars, 2 Nürburgring Esports Mercedes AMG GT3 cars. Am I seeing correct, or is it double, Newman? What's happening here?
Double. We're not seeing double. That is indeed 2 Nürburgring Esports cars. Eric Trotsch ahead of Nicholas Schaefer, 11th and 12th at the moment. Meanwhile, in the Porsche Cup class, this is Austrian sim racers on the back of Avia W&S E-Motorsport for 2nd place in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring AM class. This is in SP10, where we've got BS Competition behind WSO Sports Buckingham. What a great end to the race for BS Competition to be knocking on the door of a top 5 after struggling a lot earlier on in the race.
And for WSR Esports butt kicker, it's about holding on now. It's just about holding on. I get a feeling this might be the last lap in the GD4 category. We'll just get confirmation on that by looking at the track map in a short while. But as it stands, that BMW, with its straight line speed, is going to be hungry on the Dottinger Hohe. Can that Aston Martin, the WSR Esports butt kicker car driven by Esteban Rodriguez, just be calm and patient enough to get a good run off the final couple of corners, and especially the Kleines carousel, so that when the BS competition comes up, the draft ultimately becomes useless? Easier said than done, but that's what has to be on the menu for them now as we come towards the final lap.
Well, these guys are definitely a lap down on the leader, or 2 laps down, I should say, on the current leader, because that's Veloce Thrustmaster just in behind them. So this will be the last lap for them, certainly. Whether it will be the last lap for everyone in SP10, I'm not sure. Whether it will be for these guys either, not sure. Battle for second in the AM part of the Porsche Cup class. Here comes Austrian sim racers. Robert Koppler in 13th place, just in behind the WNS car. Ended up finishing way down and not scoring any points in the opening round. Austrian sim racers are going to race past them and finish ahead of them, perhaps in the second round in a row. They finished 3rd place in the AM Championship standings in the opening round. Now they're up in front of their rivals for 2nd place. Austrian sim racers up into 12th position overall. And that was a pretty easy move in the end. It looks like Avia WNSE Motorsport just running out of steam towards the end here.
Yeah, initially I was slightly scared because they were making that move heading into Mutkurve. And side by side at Mutkurve after 3 hours of racing, especially when you're fighting for a place like 2nd in class, you get it, but there's also been a fear involved. Like, guys, if you drop it here, that's a lot of effort wasted. But luckily, both the drivers showing great racing room and respect to each other as things almost go wrong with another SP3 car. But the battle isn't over yet. The Avia car is hungry for more. They're fighting for the 2nd place spot in the AM class of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And yes, the Avia car might have just been passed. There is another opportunity coming up for them to get that 2nd place back. They were passed at the Mutkurve, which means the bravery corner. At least some bravery for the Avia team to get ahead, especially when their rivals, the Austrian Sim Racers team, have had such a gap built up within a matter of a couple of corners.
Yeah, it's not quite slipstream busting yet, though. It is still on here in this battle. These two are just ahead of the race leaders, so they might well get another lap at the end of this one if they stay ahead of BS Competition. We saw on the run towards the line, by the way, between Apex Racing Team and BS Competition last time, that it was actually slipstream given to the Apex Racing Team by one of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring competitors that helped them along that back straight for the final time and prevented BS Competition from drafting past them at the very end. So it ended up being the pass they made on the penultimate lap for Apex that got them the victory. Well, this is exactly why they ended up catching, or they end up generally catching some of these cup cars right towards the very end of the race. But what a race it's been for BS Competition. They're into the final few corners now.
It has been perfectly executed for BS Competition. All their rivals have faced so many penalties, every single one of them. Think of Mahler, think of Williams, think of how they hit themselves in the foot by getting those penalties. Apex just weren't quick enough. The Thrustmaster team, they tried, but they were not on the same level. But BS Competition have absolutely smashed it out of the park today. Nobody has been on their level. They've used the advantage of a team like Dor Esports to save a lot of fuel in the first hit. But after that, it's just been magic on their own. Norby Kish, Felix Wormbach, they have driven like all-stars, and there's a reason why this team is a champion team in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Out of the final corner, and the number 1 BS Competition Mercedes, driven by Felix Wormbach and Norby Kish, is going to win round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series here at the Goodridge 3-hour race Fantastic drive from the both of them, flashing the lights over the line, and a championship lead to go with a race win here this afternoon. We're going to have to wait some time for some of the others to cross the line. In fact, the SB10 cars have just made their way over the line for the final time. It's telling me that grid and go on the timing screens, it's giving us grid and go as the leaders now in SB10. That surely can't be true. We'll wait and see. We'll get to the bottom of that in a moment. But meanwhile, Share Esports in SB3 are coming up towards the line. It's only 20 seconds at the end here for them. And considering how they were racing away early on, that's a credit to the others for keeping them so close. But it's still another race of dominance. And SB3 for the second round in a row is going to go to Share Esports. They extend their championship lead over Similia Esports now by double, as it will be they who come runner-up. Share Esports flash the lights. Renault Clio, they take the victory in round 2.
And look at that Clio smiling. It has every single reason to. It's a double in the SP3 class for Share Esports. That would basically mean the championship, it's partly in their hands, right? 4 races in the season, you've won 2 of them. You've done everything right to make sure that you can be called champions at the very end. A big salute to Share Esports for making sure that they get another big win in the SP3 class. But here's both of our Nürburgring Esports cars taking the finish line together in tandem, celebrating yet another phenomenal race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The Green Hell and the 2 Green Beauties finishing all together. What a race. If there's... I think that's the shot you want to hang on the wall, right? If you have a Nürburgring Esports Wall of Fame, that, all of their cars in tandem, they look so beautiful. Hopefully next time we can have them on the podium as well, celebrating that together. But what can be said about the Share Esports 116? While their teammates in the SP3 category have gone on to seal the double, they are on course to do the same in their class as well. They won the last time out here at the Nordschleife in DNLS 1. It was a commanding win, and today has been a performance of the same fashion. What a drive it's been so far, but more winners are yet to be crowned.
Certainly are. Yeah, the live timing was incorrect, by the way. The Falcon Simulator team and SimRC team are still both out. That's telling checkered flag. It's not taken the checkered flag yet, this car. They've not won yet. There is the SimRC car as well. It's not over yet. Lucas Muller has still got some work to do here to see off Marvin Strell. This, meanwhile, is Harder Motorsport in number 8. Carlo Scholl, the real-life driver, getting back at the wheel of this one. Crosses the line in 17th place. Mulner Motorsport will be over the line next. It will be Sergei Blum who has the chance to take the car over the line for them, with 271 on its way down the hill here as well. This is Eiffel Racing. We're going to cross the line. They finished down in 9th place in the opening round, so this is a recovery and a better day for them. A nice top 5, and it means so much more in this series when you're up against the competition that you're in, but also you score a lot more points when you're inside the top 5, indeed inside the top 7. You score a lot more points than you do just for finishing the race, and so they'll be very pleased with that. There is Alexander Leonhard making his way over the line. Even finishing one of these races is something to be pleased about, and he weaves over the line in celebration of just that, just ahead of Home of Sim Racing.
So great to see the finishers in the SP3 class. And it's a race of endurance for so many of them. For every single one, actually. 3 hours of racing. So much of effort and so much of preparation to build up to a race like this. Even finishing is such an achievement, given how SP3 cars have been bullied around here and there at times at certain parts of this race. RC Car Shop Esports are done with their race in the SP9 category as well. And firstly, congratulations to all the finishers. It's been incredible to see only one major retirement, if I'm swing reads correctly. And that is a testament to the quality of driving and also the quality of officiating in this championship as well. Top-class drivers, top-class teams, and a top-class circuit run by top-class organizers. Yeah, the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series is that championship that you really want to come race at.
Certainly, it's Great to have had 60 turn out again here as Luca Alpert makes his way down the straight. Share Esports on their way to completing a double-double. 2 of their cars winning in 2 different categories back in December. Looks like they're about to do the same in SP3 and PETN as well in the second round of this championship. Through the final corners and the Goodrich 3-hour race in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring is going to go to Share Esports, number 116. Luca Alpert with the pleasure of taking the car over the line as Share Esports complete a double-double. 2 wins in 2 classes in 2 consecutive races.
What a performance it's been for Share Esports. Frozen Speed didn't go starting off with a tough one, but now coming up with a big podium in the second race of the season. Bruno Heinrich coming across third for the Share Esports team. It's 1 and 3 for them. Celebrations galore in their camp as they get a victory in the Cup category and also in SP3. What a day it's been and what a season it's been so far for the Share Esports outfit. Behind them, Coanda Esports finishing in P4 with David Williams bringing that car home after 3 long and arduous hours. But ultimately, it's good points for them for the rest of the season. And Team Nitro X Falcon finish in P5.
There's Apex Racing Team will be slightly disappointed with 6th place, I think, after leading earlier on. Alone for some racing, getting their strategy slightly wrong. They were challenging Apex on that last lap, by the way, but they just dropped back towards the end by quite some distance. PB Performance finished just in behind them with Roger Bierstedt Christensen. Team 75 Bernard by CMLC and R Sport round out the top 10. Holder Motorsport are only just ahead of Austrian Sim Racers for the lead in the AM class. Here it is. This is a battle for the win here. This could be on into the final chicane. I knew we couldn't get through a race without a last lap decider, and it's going to happen in the AM class of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Look at them both lifting off down the straight here. They're trying to just leave it and time this run right. Here comes Robert Koppler on the right side. He's going to be chased over the road by the Honda Motorsport Porsche. Here come Austrian Sim Racers on the outside line. They're coming right up on the SP10 leader, by the way. Falcon Sim Racing about to be crowned victorious. But who's going to get the win in the AM class here? In the Porsche Cup class, they've made contact, and it's a big accident for Austrian Sim Racers down at the Tiergarten. My goodness me, they're into the Arco barriers. They're going to be down to 3rd, but perhaps down further as Xavier WNSE Motorsport close up in the back of them. They are chasing all the way home, but Hold the Motorsport win in the AM class. Falcon Sim Racing win in SP10. What a remarkable finish to that race.
Oh, that must be just so bitter for the Austrian Sim Racing team that comes across with a broken front bumper as we see them crossing the finish line. What do we say about that? As a neutral though, my word, can you have a better finish than that to a 3-hour endurance race? Phenomenal racing. And we also see Sim RC, the number 182, come across to finish 2nd in the SP10 category. But what was that? Fighting till the very last corner, hell, the very last inch of tarmac in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy AM category. And the ending might not have been sweet. Yes, there was a crash at the end, but that's the kind of stuff you fight for. 3 hours of tough endurance driving, so that when you come to the final 10 minutes, you can duke it out and find out who is the true winner. And that tag, in whatever fashion it does go to, it belongs to Halder Motorsport. What a win for them in the AM category.
Well, is there going to be anything post-race to say about that, I wonder? Anyway, let's find out later. PS Competition are the winners by 21 seconds ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster in 2nd place. Marla Racing Team couldn't quite chase them, but they finished in 3rd ahead of Williams, with the race winners from last time finishing down in 5th place. M&J Downforce could put in a good performance to finish in 6th ahead of the number 50 Apex Racing car. That finished in 7th. Then you get to those who only get 1 point from the afternoon. Hupt Racing Team by Grid and Go will be one of them, along with the rest of the finishers that are about to pop through on your screen. They are Impulse Racing, M&J Downforce number 11, the two Nürburgring Esports cars, Line GP, Liberty Esport and Falcon Sim Racing, the top two Porsches. Door Esports, who had that minute stop and go in 16th place with Harder Motorsport, Mulder Motorsport, RC Car Show Esports and Team Nitro Falcon down towards the back. But a dominant victory for PS Competition, who were away with three others early on in that race. Three others had issues, penalties for the most part, and they were able to take a pretty comfortable win in the end.
Yeah, comfortable given the fact that the rest of their rivals actually eliminated themselves from the mix with all the penalties that they got. We've really seen a phenomenal battle between BS, Mahler, AMG Team Williams, perhaps a few of the Apex racing cars as well. But the way it ends is with BS Competition getting a 21-second advantage over the rest of the pack. And dare I say, this probably has to be one of the performances of the season, given how they've just relaxed at the very top. Nothing to worry about. But the sadder part is seeing a car like Door Esports finishing 2 minutes and 28 seconds behind when they generally had race-winning pace. That's the stinger over there. Unfortunately, not having a real-world driver, but if penalties mixing things up, and they have to finish right at the very bottom.
Yep. And to be fair, 2.5 minutes off of the front suggests that even if they hadn't had that penalty, they wouldn't have exactly been fighting for the top spot anyway. But, you know, it's difficult to say that because, of course, they got caught up in so much more traffic that they otherwise wouldn't have if they had not had the penalty. It's worth noting as well that Falcon Sim Racing actually finished ahead of them. So in terms of those three teams who had that penalty to serve for not having a real-world driver, the Falcon Sim Racing team were actually the best off of those three teams.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also fascinating the way it's all ended out. Even when you've got a penalty, right, there's so much to fight for nonetheless, and great to see that they're actually keeping that spirit of endurance racing on and not just throwing in the towel as soon as they see a penalty. That's not the kind of stuff we like.
No, absolutely. As we will scroll through the rest of the results in a few moments' time. As far as the championship is concerned, that will mean BS Competition will be leading the way ahead of the Apex Racing team, I think. Let me put it to you this way. Number 49 Apex, number 5 Williams and number 10 Mahler are going to be very, very close in the championship after these first two rounds. I think it is probably between those four, to be honest, as far as the championship goes. And there's no success penalty this season, so there's no disadvantage in effect of winning the race. You used to have 30 seconds worth of a longer stop. You don't have that anymore with 20 seconds for second and 10 seconds for third. It's a straight race every time. I think those four particularly are going to be very, very exciting to watch throughout the season as far as the championship goes. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the Scherer Esport team have taken the victory by 4 seconds after chasing down and passing Frozen Speed by Grid & Go in that final half hour. Scherer Esport do manage to get 2 on the podium. While it's not a 1-2 like it was last time, it is still a 1-3. Coanda Esports finished 4th ahead of the Apex Racing team, who fell away towards the end. Alone Fridson Racing had that penalty stop and hold for 1 second. That no doubt cost them at least 4th. Then it was PB Performance by Grid & Go. Amteen 75 Bernard by Sim RC. The others who will be scoring just the 1 point will be R Sport, Team Nitro Falcon Cup. Then you get to those in the AM class. Holder Motorsport holding off Avia WNSE Motorsport and Austrian Sim Racers at the end in a phenomenal fight. Foster Tech by WMS and Team Store Grensport rounds out the top 5 in the AM category, with Door Esports 120 retiring after that. A decent race in this class and a pretty late pass for Luca Alpert to get the victory, but a deserved victory again for Scherer, who take 2 in a row.
And with that, they've really put themselves in a good spot the rest of the championship. A victory at the first round, a victory here as well, even though some of their points for the number 117 car might have been taken away by the Frozen Speed by G&G car. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the long run. They both are in a very, very good place in the championship, given how the others are struggling as well. But in slightly controversial and slightly touchy fashion, Halden Motorsport take the win in the AM class in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. The 1 of 7 involved in a cutthroat battle with the Austrian Sim Racers team right until the very end. Unfortunately, the Austrian Sim Racers making contact And as it stands, they had to drop back down to P3 with their rivals for the entire race, Avia WNSE Motorsport, taking second.
We'll keep you updated on penalties if they come through here this afternoon. It is being investigated, as you might expect. Any thoughts before we move on to SB10? Any final thoughts on that crash at the end?
It's just so tough, right? Because when you're on the last lap of a race, you're bound to put your car in a place like that. It's really hard to tell. I think I'll have to go back and watch it again, which is a diplomatic thing that every commentator would say. Nice. Incredible. I've learned very well. But no, I think tempo has got a bit too hot, is the one observation I can make, if I have to make one.
Yeah, I think Harder Motorsport could find themselves in trouble for it, but we'll see about that. Falcon Sim Racing Team take the win in SB10 ahead of Marcy, who were really chasing them at the end, but the gap did balloon towards 12 seconds on the last lap. Grid and Go Esports got lapped right towards the line there, and so finished third ahead of the Apex Racing car in fourth. WS, they'll probably be the fourth for the championship in SB10 as well, by the way. Now we're talking about that. The guest entry of WSI's Butkiger finishing fifth place ahead of BS Competition, who recovered quite well towards the end there. X-Racer finished in seventh, and then Nürburgring Esports in eighth place. The rest of them, including Nürburgring, who scored just the 1 point, are Dory Sports Academy, Team Hoisingveld, Coanda Esports, and Nürburgring Esports. The big surprise being Coanda Esports find themselves down in 11th position. Not a great start to the season for that huge Coanda team.
No, not at all. And that's not the place we normally expect to see a big team like Coanda as well. But unfortunately, the GT4 car, it's just not been anything helpful for them. I mean, we saw them on an alternate strategy. They were trying to experiment with something, going longer than the pack, but it's not ended up well. But it's a victory once again for Scherer Esports in the SP3 category. A double, if you come to think about it, isn't it? Where they had a double in the first round with their win in the Cup class and SP3, and they've gone and done that yet again with a win in the Cup class, and now with the SP3 team also doing an incredible job, winning by 25 seconds. At some point, I remember I was going on and on about the fact that Smilla Esports XXB could have a potential chance. Maybe they could find themselves in the mix in the last stint. No, they could not. They clearly could not. 25 seconds the gap between them. And Adopt Don't Shop, a very, very well-earned podium for them.
Yep, certainly. So Scherer, Similia and Adopt Don't Shop share the podium. A few more seconds further back was Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, with Eiffel Racing just holding on to that top five ahead of Home of Sim Racing. That was the closest battle towards the end there. Ringsford Sim Racing finishing seventh ahead of Race Sim Zone in eighth. And then the rest of those who scored are just the 1 point. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, D7 Racing, FK Motorsport and Stub Shen AC Mayen finishing at the back end. There, 7 laps down in the end. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we could have even had 4 retirements there. Maybe those bottom 3 didn't make it over the line at the end. I'm not entirely sure about that, but there was certainly a few towards the back end. Dory Sports definitely retired from the Porsche Cup class. I'm pretty sure the bottom 2 retired. Maybe these 7 Racing also retired in 10th place as well, finishing 2 laps down. But there we go. That is just about it for the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for season 2024-25. What a fantastic race. This has been the Goodridge 3-hour race from the Nürburgring. We'll be back exactly same place, same time, in just 2 weeks' time for round 3 of the series, the Ravenel 3-hour race on the 15th of February. I very much hope that you will join us for that then. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Simula Arua, and Michael Villa has been behind the scenes telling us what to do and monitoring us. So big thanks to him and everybody who has been behind the scenes this afternoon. It's goodbye from the Nürburgring for now, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.